Good to see you, everyone. My name is Robbie Howell, and it is time for another actual play, thanking our fantastic conduits from the last Enclave day. These three fine gentlemen. Two of them have been on a couple of missions in the past, one many, and for one, this is his very first time, so let's begin. Tim, introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tim. I was a longtime lurker here, and Robbie here convinced me to actually play a game, and ever since then, I have just been hooked. So thank you.
Perfect. We love to have you. And next, Detour.
Hi, my name is David Torres, aka Detour. You may have seen me around these parts before, but always happy to be jumping in.
And lastly,
my name is Elliot. I go by Jalorn. I'm delighted as ever to get to be in a live play game with Robbie and, of course, the wonderful fellow players.
Couldn't have said it better myself. And in that same order, let's hear about the characters, beginning with Clara.
All right. Today, I will be playing a free runner. Her name is Clara Hetzenberger. She is a 10-time repeat Pummelball champion, and this was all done in a row.
A rare example of a committed athlete. I mean, I'd say rare, but we have pseudo. Besides pseudo, rare example of a committed athlete character. Next up, a brand new character from Detour.
Yep, so I am playing a character named Yosel. Yosel is a Raubritter. It's a new class that was just introduced. And in Raubritter fashion, his story is he is from like a cyberpunk dystopia. He was a bit of a trust fund baby, heir to billions, but when he took over the family business, he screwed up, and in attempts to save it, kept diving deeper and deeper into the underworld, ended up hooking up with a gang called the Chip Choppers, and is currently their quartermaster, supplying them with weapons and managing their inventory.
Marvelous. And lastly, a character we have seen on actual plays before. Let's hear more about Pigeon.
Yes, so I will be playing Pigeon the Fool. He is, his class is Bogatir, which is that makes all three of us non-core Enclave classes.
Yes.
And he is a Harlequin from a medieval setting who his home is just dangerous enough that even people traveling around in a circus got to learn how to fight.
Excellent. And for these characters, I received the following focus words. Anything but last place, second verse, same as the first, and blood on my name. And because of that, we are having a racing mission. Let me tell you about it. You are going to a place called Yultessen. You can, in terms of time frame, Yultessen is pretty much smack dab at the beginning of the Renaissance, if we're thinking about it in modern terms or real world terms, but good amount of magic. Not a ton, but a good amount. It is a place of many kind of feuding, powerful, landed noble factions, only barely kept in check by a church. But for the most part, they don't have a king. They have kind of a parliament and try to make things happen together, but for the most part, largely hate each other. And this mission is a consequence of one of those many small rivalries. In this case, the young inheritors of three reasonably prominent noble houses have come to a favorite pastime here, which is drunken wagers that they then regret. In this particular case, it's been
the regret is traditional.
Yes, the regret is important. There's a town called Asil. And Asil is noteworthy for not being under a noble's dominion, but it's quite wealthy, and a lot of nobles like hanging out here. And also, nobles will often race carriages in Asil, and these three particular houses, they have had quite a history of doing this. And as it has happened, this particular race has come with pretty substantial implications. The houses, which I will put in chat because they are going to come up a lot, are houses Cloret, or Clore if you wish to be fancy, Akid, and Mogle. I will say Cloret for ease. House Cloret will be your employers. Reason being is that the young heir to House Cloret, his name is Bodemont, made a very inadvisable wager. against his rivals in Akid and Moglay. Cloret has he's lost this particular competition quite a few times in the past. He's not considered particularly serious, and the other two of his peers among these three neighborly houses frequently dump on him. But he is a chronic gambler, and they have made use of this, and they have managed to make him wager two incredibly damning wagers if he loses this race. One is his sister being wedded to one of the other houses, and two, him taking on the guilt for a very serious crime committed by the other. Those being, the one who stands to inherit his sister is Todir Moglay, so the head of House Moglay. And the one he will inherit the crime from will be Malin Akid, who killed a family of commoners in cold blood. And the only reason she has not been executed for it is because her family is desperately pulling strings within the church. It's not working. She is going to probably hang for this. But she's pretending she isn't, and is living fast. Speaking of fast, your only goal is to ensure that Baudemont does not come in last place in this race of 3 carriages. The carriage, by the way, is not mandatory for winning the race. Anyone can hop on a horse. There are backup horses if need be. And all of the houses traditionally have retainers at their side. Retainers are very important here and tend to be a bit supernatural. But, as you might imagine, this is another reason why Baudemont's wager was very inadvisable. Reason being is that as soon as his retainers learned he had made this wager, they immediately said, fuck, we're doing that, and pulled out. They're like, just turn it down, turn it down, turn it down, pull out of the race, we are not endorsing this. That said, he is not turning it down. He is not trying to annul the wager, both for face and also because his parents don't know of his gambling addiction. And he knows exactly what will happen if he turns it down. As such, again, you will be riding alongside Baudemont Cloret against the carriages of House Akid and Moglay. Your goal, ensure he does not come in last. He's made wagers for what happens if he comes in second, but they're not as bad. He can eat those. He can't eat these. Questions?
Yes.
Is this 2 or 4 horse carriages?
Excellent question. 2 horse carriages. Not enormous.
Okay.
I had a question. Oh, the other 2, have they also made wagers for what happens if they come in last?
Oh, yes. Though
between each other.
Theirs are substantially more stomachable and mostly have to do with exchanges of land and money.
Okay. So the only way that anyone takes the fall for the cold-blooded murder is if Baudemont comes in last.
Yep. And also the only way that his sister is married off to one of his hated rivals is if he comes in last.
Got it.
Something I forgot to mention, actually, is, like I said, this is a race through a town. The town is accustomed to chariot races, and accidents do happen. There aren't really any rules, or at least none that are enforced necessarily. The only real rule is don't piss off the locals too much. Emphasis on the too much. And if you must, try to make it look like someone else's fault.
Okay, so you said the carriage is technically not required to cross the finish line. So I take it our goal is to get Baudemont across the finish line.
But 2 laps, and you do have to stick to the course because the whole town turns out to watch. So unless you can find a way to make him invisible without anyone seeing you making him invisible, you do have to run the whole course twice for 2 laps.
So in theory, if it comes down to it, we can make Baudemont cross the finish line a la Talladega Nights where he runs across it.
Yes, absolutely. You can Talladega Nights him. Yep.
I mean, I was imagining more of put him on the free runner's shoulders.
Her might stat is what, 2?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it may come to that.
She is ready for it if it comes to that.
My point was identifying exactly who to delay, and specifically the rivals, if we have a way of trapping them, preventing them from moving.
Like I said, though, there's no rules. In the past, people have done things like, kill each other, get off and have a drink midway through the race. Like there's like bribe a local to like throw something. Like you can do all sorts of stuff here. Again, the town of Asil is neutral, so to speak, and enjoys hosting this because it means that nobles come and spend a lot of money doing inadvisable things. Any other questions from you guys?
How soon before the race starts?
From when you port in, it will be a matter of like 10 minutes. And Baudemont does know that he has hired the Enclave, but doesn't really know what that entails. So he is probably still just shitting bricks at this point.
So we know that Baudemont has a gambling problem.
Yeah, severe.
That he is embarrassed about.
We know that he'll get disinherited if his parents find out.
We also know that he's embarrassed about just sort of being the frequent loser of the bets and the races. Do we know anything about the other two and their embarrassments and their private little...
Excellent question. Noble drama is very frequent, and all houses have their own little quarrels and beefs. Baudemont, while he is kind of a chronic loser when it comes to gambling, he's actually pretty accomplished in a lot of other ways. On the other hand, Todier is considered to be just like an unbelievable slob. He mostly just shirks all of his normal duties and is an enormous embarrassment for his father, who was quite accomplished and well liked back in the day. And then Malin, the heir to House Akid, she is considered to be a sociopath, and like the thing that she's on trial for, it's not the first time she just like killed people. In Yultessen, duels are completely fine. Like murder is honestly pretty acceptable out here, but you just have to have grounds for it, and it's very much a court of public opinion thing. So if you kill a bunch of people in cold blood who are begging for their lives, you're gonna hang. Pretty much that, and it's just a matter of time before they can like nail you on it. Only other thing that I would note is that the Cloret, as in Baudemont's family, and the Akid, Malin's family, they've been rivals for a long time, but in kind of like a frenemy sort of way. They've like collaborated a bunch, but also been rivals. Whereas the Clorets and the Mogle have mostly kind of like admired each other from afar, and it's only in this like last generation that there's started to be bad blood, mostly because Baudemont and Todier hate each other.
So the vibe I get with the Clorets and the Akid is sort of like no. If anyone's taking you down, it's going to be me.
Yes.
Screw those guys.
The only one who beats up my little brother is me. Like.
So with Malin, you said sort of sociopath, not her first murder.
Yeah.
Anything that is liable to, like, it sounds like she's not super self-conscious about that.
No.
So I'm wondering if there is
pretty scared
anything
of her,
that
actually.
that people might believe she would be self-conscious about.
If there is, it would not be publicly known enough for the Enclave to be able to share it with you.
Fair enough.
But certainly something you might be able to find. Todier's faults are much more public, but he's also like, he doesn't have much shame. And that's something that's pretty common among the nobles of Yultessen. It's rather rare to find one that truly has shame. Though, nobles do need to put on a good face, because peasants have freedom of movement and literally can just like leave to a better lord whenever they want. And so you have to like be nice to your peasantry, even if you're a jerk to everyone else. Final questions, or are we good?
My only final question: how long is a lap?
It is a full rotation through the city, and here is where I present my map. And you'll see the kind of funky thing about the town of Asil is it's shaped like a letter E. There's this big long aisle that goes along the outer cliff, and then it goes kind of zig-zag back and forth through the city streets, and then loops back around. And at the point where the race started, that starts the second lap.
Aha.
We're joining a noble. I'm assuming the other nobles also have a retinue of
Yes,
sorts.
they have retainers. Their retainers are likely to be substantially more dangerous than they are.
So just outright killing them is an option, but not the easiest option.
Precisely, yes. In fact, if anything, like, probably people wouldn't be too sad if either of these two died. So of the three of them, Bodemont is like the most liked, but even so, what is happening here is, by the letter of the law here, a duel. Like, it is assumed people can die here, and no one will be held legally culpable if someone does.
Nice.
Pigeon is rarely concerned about being held legally culpable.
Quite.
Yeah, Clara will just use will just use the income she's made from her team to pay off any debts.
Enclave can help you with that one. In terms of debts incurred on mission. I love the idea of Pigeon being taken into custody and just kind of like, he doesn't have a clown nose, but I picture him like, and then just pour it out. Like, in any event, let us move on to Assembly. Your characters brought together in Enclave HQ, the vast, sleek building that is both futuristic and gothic at the same time. Led through its labyrinthine hallways by faceless attendants, you are brought to a plush gray assembly chamber, outfitted with all the creature comforts your characters might want, another faceless attendant there to answer questions, and also teleporters lining the far wall. We're going to have each of you describe your character's physical appearance and their first actions upon entering assembly, beginning with Clara.
All right. Clara is a 5'6", 175-pound athletic champion in pummel ball. She has brown shoulder-length hair, fair skin, and her build is on the muscular side, also very athletic. And her athletic gear is essentially her uniform, which is a red and black jersey, white three-quarter length pants, and gray stockings. And she also has on black sneakers. And her tonfas are essentially made to look like her small pummel sticks from when she was playing. And she also has her energy drinks with her, which are like a grape can featuring her team and her face and emblazoned on it.
That's awesome. And first actions upon entering assembly.
Yeah, she is just going to jog relatively fast in, and when she actually enters the room, she's going to take a nice little leap and do like a roll into a sit on a chair and just be all, "This is a sporting mission. I shine at these."
And next, Yosel. Physical description and first actions.
All right. Yosel walks in. He is about 6 feet tall, and that's probably the most notable thing about him physically. He's rather average as far as his build and facial features. He isn't particularly handsome, although he probably would like to think so. So he makes up for this with gaudy clothing, like this sweet gang member's jacket that he rocks.
That's awesome.
And like some jewelry and whatnot. And he walks in looking around like, "Wow, this is swank. Hey, who are you?"
Hey, I'm Clara Hetzenberger, 10-time repeat pummel ball champion. Who are you?
Pummelberger, love it. And goes for a fist pound. I'm Yosel.
Yeah, she accepts the fist pound, and she pulls out one of her 5 energy drinks and she offers it to Yosel. Hey, want this? You might need to go fast.
Heck yeah. I should save it, shouldn't I?
Yes, save it, because you never know when you need that quick burst.
Hey, I like you.
And lastly, Pigeon. Physical description and first actions upon entering assembly.
Yeah, so Pigeon is lanky, dressed, of course, in your classic Harlequin colorful motley. His face is covered in makeup in different colors, blues, oranges, greens, all sort of geometrically sort of sectioning off parts of his face. And on his back, he has this huge, just comically large hammer, little mallet, wooden mallet. And in this instance, he's walking into the room as Clara does her sprint flip landing, and sort of seeing this, decides to match her energy and flips himself up into a handstand and walks over before dropping his legs down behind himself in front of her to say, "That's very well done."
Whoa, it's a circus.
What a person. Oh, hey, you want a drink as well? She offers Pigeon one of her remaining energy drinks.
Sure. There's a drink inside this metal thing. Cool. Here.
Yes.
And he pulls out a candy and offers like a little hard candy and offers it to you. Since we're
she'll
offering
gladly.
gifts.
Sure. She happily accepts it and sticks it in her pants pocket.
Mm-hmm.
His is not gear. It's just candy. It's yummy.
Yes, indeed. And
hey, we could put
actions
on a
from
show with
yourself.
this crew. Yeah, just chatting to them like, hey, we could put on a show with this crew. You guys ever worked the street before?
Do street games count?
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
Feats
Good
of
hustle there.
athletic skill are always good for drawing an audience.
Then yeah.
Yeah. Oh, this is gonna work out great.
Of course,
And-
before this circus, I did my best work with, well, a different circus.
Yeah, I bet these
Alright.
people are going to be far different than some big lanky defenders on the playing field, but I'll see what I can do.
And
You
as
just
the
gotta
group-
run fast, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I think the horses do that.
Oh yeah.
And as you're exchanging
Now-
these final words, the attendant would turn on a heel and leave the room, and the telepads would spring to life. Final notes and actions from the group, beginning with Yosel.
Hey, y'all ready to do this? Let's go.
And Clara.
Yeah, we are the champions.
Hey, I like your attitude.
And Pigeon.
Not yet, we aren't. But we certainly will be. And Pigeon's gonna, you know what? He's feeling show-offy. He's gonna do a one-handed flip
Oh, cool.
onto the telepad.
He has the reflex for it, I would imagine.
He has one point in reflex
And then his skill.
and 2 in skill.
That's what I figured. Hence why he can do some hand walking stuff.
Yeah.
And final notes from Clara or Yosel after what they say, or are they going to take their places?
Yeah, she's going to take her place, but she's going to do like a 40-yard dash to it.
Yeah.
Final thing would just be, hey, wait, clown man, what do I call you?
Of course. How could I forget? I'm Pigeon the Fool.
Pigeon the Fool.
I'll answer to
That's
either
quite a
Pigeon
name.
or Fool. I don't think anyone's ever
well-
called me but I'd probably answer to that too if you wanted.
All right, Birdman, you got it. Listen, you call me yourself.
That wasn't one of the options.
And you can call me Clara.
You got it, Pummelburger. Let's go.
And as you all take your places atop the telepads, you would feel your bodies begin to dissociate, the tingling in your toes rising up your legs and leaving them asleep. It passes your stomach, and your stomach churns wildly, and then you no longer feel it. It passes your chest, and your heart flutters, and then you no longer feel its beat. And then the sensation hits your eyes, and your vision explodes into ribbons of color. Your ears buzz, and the world falls away. But then, you come to your senses on the edge of a beautiful high white cliff. Down below you can see fiefs and fields spread out like a tapestry, and a winding road leads up the side, up towards this beautiful high steepled town in front of you. The buildings are quite tall considering the time frame that you were described, in many cases reaching 5 stories. And they're very tightly packed with beautiful, colorful designs and elegant elaborations to their roofs and structures. The town is surrounded by a wall, but the wall it's not clearly meant to do all that much to keep people out. It's mostly there for show. With the road kind of wrapping around the wall with the side leading off to the cliff completely exposed, and then rejoining on the other side at this point. So you're looking out this way, and then it wraps back around like this. Now, that said, as you port in, you can see that there's also quite a few people who are up on the wall, eyes out, looking over towards your current location, and you can hear the sound of horse hooves kind of clattering against the ground, and you can hear reins kind of jangling, and the carriages are arrayed off to your side. The road is pretty large, like comfortably big enough to get all 3 carriages neck and neck, though maybe not a fourth probably couldn't fit very comfortably. And the crews aboard them are currently jeering at each other, though it seems to be mostly the two further carriages that are doing so, all but ignoring the carriage closest to you, where you can see a young man with kind of a small ponytail of like pale blonde hair is sitting with his like looking down towards his hands holding the reins as his fingernails kind of dig into the palms of his hands. You can also see that not terribly far away, there's another small group of townsfolk that have actually come out of the walls to kind of be near the starting point, including you can see someone who looks probably like a man of the cloth, like a clergy member, who is currently holding aloft like a little handkerchief and is waving it back and forth, clearly looking like he's having a good time, despite the utter lack of godliness on display at the moment. Immediate actions upon porting in, beginning with Clara. What would she do?
All right, Clara is going to look around and she's going to take in the environment for like a couple seconds. And when she finishes and is happy to see that nobody's going to be attacking her just yet, she's going to take off at a nice little jog towards the carriage closest to them, or basically the one with the guy with the ponytail.
Yep.
But first she looks to Pigeon and Giselle, and she's all, want to race up?
And Giselle, immediate actions from you after your first teleportation.
Yeah, probably something to the effect of, whoa, that was like the shortest drunk I've ever been in my life. What? Race? No. But let's find this chump, I mean our client.
And Pigeon, immediate actions from you as you poured in.
Pigeon's gonna follow up on the reaction to the teleport with a comment of, yeah, it always reminds me how I felt the first time I did the high wire. Kind of miss that feeling. It's nice. Yes. Where is that chump?
I think it's up ahead.
Would Clara take off ahead of the other two, or would she stay by with them?
Since it sounds like nobody's going to be racing with her up there, she's just going to match their pace then.
Mm-hmm. And in that case, as the group is trooping up, you would see that Baudemont up in the carriage, again, kind of like looking at his hands, kind of like alternatingly pressing them into his palms, tension like written over his face, is clearly in a jumpy mood. And pretty much as soon as you guys get close enough that the horses would like notice you, he would notice you as well. He's wearing noble finery. He's wearing his nicest clothes, though they do still look able to move about him. And he is armed. You can see that he has like an extremely old-timey pistol at his breast and a rapier at his side. But as he kind of looks up, you see that he frowns, and he raises a hand hesitantly, and then kind of looks over his shoulder to see how many people have noticed you guys arriving. Actions you guys would like to take, Pigeon.
Very loudly, Pigeon is going to say, you must be our wonderful employer, the illustrious Baudemont. And he's going to snap into like as perfect as Pigeon can manage of like a military salute, which the fact that it's such a good salute, the joke, of course, being that he's a harlequin.
Right. What is Pigeon's vitality?
2.
2? Excellent. Yeah. And as Pigeon would do so... yep.
Real quick question. I'm guessing this is true, but I want to double check. The people on the wall, are they close enough that they can probably hear shouting voices
yes.
Well enough to understand? Cool.
For sure. Especially with 2 pluses to vitality to make sure they're paying attention. And Pigeon would actually hear a couple of like faint peals of laughter from people who maybe think that he is in on a joke against Baudemont of some kind. That said, Clara, actions you would like to take as you reach Baudemont, and his eyes are fixed on Pigeon at the moment.
Yeah, she looks at Baudemont. Hey there, you a sports fan? You like the thrill of competition? I like the thrill of competition. In fact, I'm a winner.
And Baudemont would look to you and kind of give like a sort of smile. And as you are saying this, however, one of the retainers on a nearby carriage said, A winner, are you? Well, you've not come to the right carriage then, my man.
Hey, what would you know about it? You don't know nothing.
And the man on the far carriage, he's kind of like hanging off of one of the side railings, says, "You can tell that to last year's competition, 2 years before that, a year before that as well."
But we weren't here that time.
And he says, "I'm quavering in my boots." And you can hear that there's a couple of people are still kind of like chuckling around up on the cliff nearby and up on the walls a little further away. And the other two carriages are now like all looking over with various degrees of like derision on their face. Bodemont is blushing furiously and says, if you're here to help, then you may as well get aboard."
So, Pigeon has a response to "I'm quavering in my boots."
Yeah.
Which is, if you've got room in your boots to shake, then you probably got to, you're probably in. Shoot, I'm fumbling it, but
a size too big, perhaps.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you. I think they're a size too big for you.
And as you do so, the man you're speaking to actually like reaches down, takes off his boot, and like tosses it over towards Pigeon as it lands in the dust. You hear a few people up on the wall go like their laughter kind of goes to "oh," as it clearly is something very rude to do in this culture. He takes the other one as well, and in his stockings would just kind of like twirl it on the haft of his rapier, which he is holding in its sheath. Other actions from Clara before I jump back to Yosel.
Yeah, when they say like, "Oh, tell that to the winner from two years before," and last year's winner, he's just all, "Well, they said my team, Arroyo City Vipers, that they were never going to win, but then they signed me, and we ended up winning 10 times in a row, so, yeah." And I say, if there's like any sports fans out there, she's just trying to show off like her prestige.
Yes, exactly. I completely am aware of that. Will Clara be hopping up onto the carriage or be staying on the ground as she's saying this?
I'm going to say she's going to try and hop up onto the carriage for right now.
Yep, easily done. I know it's going to come up, so I may as well ask you now, what are Clara's vigor and reflex stats?
She has a vigor of 3 and a reflex of 1.
Awesome, nice. Expect a lot of stat checks on this one, guys.
No.
Really, right. And Yosel, actions that you would like to take after your the banter trade.
Okay, so he tossed his shoe at us, is that right?
Just like landed in the dust near Pigeon.
Cool. I'm gonna go over to it, pick it up, and with my longus messier, slice the sole of it. My pitch here is people store money in their shoes.
That's true. And as you hack with the longus messer, coins would spill out of the toe of the shoe. And you would hear a new chorus of laughter start up on the walls as the guy who's spinning his other boot just kind of like his face falls like... And you can see him
Thanks,
mouth...
idiot!
You can see him mouth to the person next to him, "Shit, wrong one."
Clara just starts laughing. He's like, "Ever heard of a bank?"
And as Clara say this, Bodemont, for the first time looking a little heartened, would say, "He doesn't have enough money to open an account, it would seem."
I'm gonna scoop up some of the coins and toss them up to the wall.
Yep. And you hear,
courtesy of Bodemont.
People actually like go ooh, and like a few people like kind of climb for it, but a bunch of the others are still wanting to like watch the start of the race. Pigeon, you had things?
Yes. So as his two compatriots are now drawing some more of the attention, Pigeon is going to take a moment to step up closer to Bodemont and not shouting this time, but actually like speaking directly to him. Is just, "Really though, we're quite competent. You're in good hands."
He looks to you and says, This is not a joke at my expense, then."
"No, not at all. It's a joke at their expense."
"So, forgive me, your gesterish visage belies inner deadliness."
"Oh, indeed." Have you seen the size of my hammer?
I am shocked that you were able to carry it.
And then Pigeon's gonna take a sharp turn and address the audience.
Mm-hmm.
And in his best herald voice,
Yes.
he is going to what does he say? He shouts up to them, "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming in attendance. Now that we have arrived, the race can begin quite soon. It's going to be very exciting. It's going to be very fun. And of course, our wonderful Bodemont here intends to win. And
he kind of shivers a little bit and gives kind of like a pained smile. Mm-hmm.
Give him a good big wave there.
He's still clearly a little bit embarrassed, but...
Oh, yeah.
As he is doing so, by the way, Yosel, given that your companions have both climbed up onto the carriage, will you be doing so as well? No, Detour. Yosel. Will Yosel be climbing up onto the carriage?
Yes.
Excellent. Other actions he would like to take as Pigeon is announcing to the audience?
Actually, I think I would talk to Clara.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Pummelberger. How about, since you're so eager, why don't you run on ahead, take some of this. I'm going to give her some of the money that I got from the boot. And if it is not much, since I did give some away, pull some out of my war chest.
Mm-hmm.
And tell Clara, why don't you go maybe find some people up ahead, some locals, have them cause a little trouble for our, and nod over to our competition.
Yeah.
What would Clara do?
Clara just smiles and takes it, and she's all, I'm guessing you're gonna be your little escort for Mr. Bodemont?
Yeah, we got this under control.
That, she says as she takes the money.
Excellent.
And it's at this point she just starts taking off.
And as Clara goes sprinting off with triple vigor, no less, a couple of people like cheer for a moment and then realize the race hasn't technically started yet.
Actually, with permission,
yeah,
I'd like Pigeon has more speech, so
yeah,
he's
please.
absolutely still trying to hold everyone's attention. And he carries on to say, "Of course, ladies and gentlemen, the best part of a race is to pick your champion. Now, of course, you have several good options here. You have the wonderful Taudir. Let's just hope that he hasn't let his carriage fall into disrepair like so many other things. And then, of course, there's the oh-so-noble Maulin, and the less said about her, the better. And finally, of course, again, our wonderful champion, Bodemont."
And you actually get a good amount of applause at that very last name, by the way. A good amount of people actually would cheer, and you hear more laughter as people are clearly enjoying the sport of poking at the other two.
And that's basically the end of Pigeons. He gives some sort of little "Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let me not keep the race any longer." Now, kind of a thing.
As you are saying this, by the way, you would even see that the priest with the handkerchief is kind of chuckling. That said, Yosel, as Pigeon is entertaining the crowd, you would see that the other two carriages have gone from mostly bantering with each other and shitting on Bodemont to all just kind of quietly staring with murderous intent. The guy with the boot takes it, checks it for coins, and then throws it onto your carriage next to you.
Throw it back.
Yeah, take it.
And as you throw it back, he unsheathes his rapier and actually catches the boot on the rapier like a shish kebab, and then flicks it down onto the ground. He does not resheathe his rapier, however. That said...
Now you're barefoot, dumbass.
He says, "Clearly you cannot afford socks."
That ain't even an insult.
And Bodemont would pipe up, from where he's sitting and says, Antoine was never one with words much more than he was with blade.
Right. Well, we'll take care of him. Don't you worry, boss.
Baudemont says, Boss, is it? We've hardly even met.
Of course, introductions. The speedy one out there is Clara. I am the
She
foolish.
runs
I am
like an
Pigeon the
horse.
Fool.
I'm unbelievably impressed with her ability to run.
Indeed. I am the foolish pigeon.
The one and only?
The one and only.
And I'm Yosel.
Yourself.
Don't worry, we got your back.
Well, you clearly know who I am. And as he is saying this, however, you see that a good number of faces are like just following Clara because of how like unbelievably fast she is moving. She's already cutting her way out like almost out of sight around the bend of the cliffside. Again, for context on map, cliffside is here, and she would be like to here, almost out of sight around the bend of the town's wall.
Yeah, it's just like a nice little jog for her at this rate.
Yeah, exactly. But you guys would see that the priest would like, excuse me, and eventually would give up trying to like get people's attention, and like pick up a little bell like a dinner bell, like bang 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 bang.
One last little thing real quick.
Yeah.
Pigeon's gonna scoop up what the remains of the first boot that was tossed towards him.
Nice. Yeah.
And just sort of stash it in the cart.
And then the priest.
Brief question.
Oh yes, for Clara. That's a good point.
Yes. Would the carriages have like any distinguishing characteristics to them, or like color or anything?
The coloring is completely different. In fact, I should give you that. The Claret carriage, the one that is your employer, is like a deep maroon, like dark red. The Akid carriage, the one that has Malin in it, is kind of a paler blue with white. And then the Mowgli carriage is kind of a deep green with a bit of gold.
Nice.
All of these carriages, by the way, given that Yosel especially and Pigeon have had a moment to look through, but Clara was in one, would be arranged kind of as such. They would have a front bench for the rider. They would have walls on either side, but are open top, though they do have like a thing you can pull over the top. Not like super cleanly, right? It's not a convertible, but it's close enough. And then they would have 2 rows of seats that would be like slightly higher than each other. So front bench, first row seats, second row seats, slightly higher than each other. They're pretty roomy. There's definitely like place to move around and walk around in them. They could probably hold like maybe as many as 8 people, though it would be like shoulder to shoulder. So think of them as having like minivan seating capacity, but a lot more ability to move around within them. And in fact, let me jump over to Clara. But before I do so, the 2 of you back below would see the priest take his handkerchief, toss it out as far as he can from his position up on the cliff over the starting point, and the handkerchief would start kind of drifting down slowly towards the ground. Immediately you see that all of the carriage goers would kind of turn and like follow it with their eyes, and Baudemont would grip the reins tighter with his hands. Before I ask for follow-ups from you two, Clara, well up ahead, you would distantly hear the sound of the bell, which she might interpret as a starting gun, so to speak, but she's well off ahead at this point. As she is making her way around the outer wall of the town, like I said, the wall is like mostly like it's functional, right? An army would have to go all the way the hell around it in order to get up to a gate, but even so, like it's abundantly scalable. Would she want to be going all the way to the town gate to get in and just like run along the cliffside to the by the wall, or would she like to try to scale it?
I mean, she has a grapple gun, so she could scale it that way.
Absolutely. Is that something she wants to do?
Yeah.
Nice. A grapple gun makes this go from me needing to ask you how you want to scale it to me just having you scale it. It's vastly easier.
Should I describe the grapple gun as well?
I'd love to hear what it's like.
Okay, let me pull up the free runner thing. Okay, grapple gun is a heavy pistol firing a retractable tether line up to a mid-range. Deals no damage, obviously, but will quickly pull the user towards any terrain feature or large object the tether finds purchase on. Much less effective on beings. Tether must fully retract before using again. Yep. So she's just trying to get up to the top of the wall, essentially.
Excellent. And as she fires it off, and it like clatters against the battlements of the wall, she can easily pull herself up. It's not a very high wall, meaning that the grapple gun can comfortably get you all the way up. And as you kind of skip out over the top, a couple of people who are like up here on the walls, like a few picnicking, waiting to like hear the like see the race go by, would like gasp and like, "Oh my god, who are you?"
Hi, I'm Clara Hetzenberger, 10-time pummel champion. Y'all enjoying the race?
We are looking forward to it for certain, but it has not yet started.
Oh, yeah. Hey, you want to make this race a bit more exciting?
And as you say this, a few of the people you've kind of popped up among kind of look to each other. A few children have like scampered over to their parents, but are now looking curious. And one says, "More interesting, of course, but even more interesting still would be to know how you did that."
Oh, well, first off, grapple this little trick right here. I just fire it up into whatever I want to climb up onto and press the button. It gives me a line, and I just climb up like zippity-doo-dah.
They look to each other in like a combination of disbelief and awe that such a thing could exist. But then one woman would say, "More interesting how then? Are you gambling?"
Yeah, like you want to make this race really exciting, like ruin someone's chances. I
And
promise you, there's a nice payday in it for you, no matter what.
And as you are saying this, you see that people are kind of like looking to each other. Many of them look kind of nervous, but a number still are looking you over with like genuine curiosity. Some of them have this kind of like, like a genuine consideration to it. Many of them are looking over your uniform too. And one man would actually say, "You are an athlete?"
Yeah, I'm an athlete, all right. I'm a 10-time champion at that. And mind you, that 10 times was in a row.
And as you say this, the man who said this would step a little bit closer and says, "And I'm supposing that you are not proposing we bet against you." Yes.
Oh no, I'm not. I am not racing, but I have one of the competitors down there. I hate him with a burning passion. I want him to lose, and I want him to lose in a spectacular manner.
And you can see that as you're saying this, a few people are like pointedly starting to move away. Even one or two are like covering their kids' ears, but a couple are staying. About 4 or 5, and you can see that the closest one to you would say, "And what is in it for us precisely?"
Yeah, she is going to offer out the gold that Giselle gave her from when he sliced open the boot.
Mm-hmm.
And she looks at the man and she says, see this right here? Money talks. It talks if you want to get someone on your team, talks if you want to pay them off for a job well done. And this will definitely talk if you want to cause some problems for someone.
Who then?
Okay. I only need one person. The Akids, the blue chariots. I don't know why, but they just make me.
And as you say this, one of the other men here pipes up and says, "Many would share your opinion of the Akid." And the closest man again would say to you, "So all you need is to, you just want them to lose, yes?"
Yes. How you do it? I don't care. You want to
You understand we cannot guarantee a loss, of course.
look. I don't care. All I'm saying is try.
Right. Pay up front.
Tell you what, half now and after the race, as long as he doesn't win, you get your other half.
And as you say this, the one close to you looks around and says, "Uzin," and you can see that 2 of the other men would say, "Yeah, I'm game for it." And as you do so,
Yeah.
the other two that didn't bite, one of them says, Malin Akid is quite the temper. I don't particularly wish to be in her line of fire. And the other one would kind of point to him and just kind of like nod. But the one that you offer the money to says, she doesn't need to know what it was us. And he would say, half them. And we'll make it worth your money.
Deal. She offers the money on up.
And as you are trading the money, you would hear the clattering of distant hooves coming along the road. And immediately people on the walls in this area start like going over to the edge. All besides the 3 men that you have made this deal with, who immediately go over to the stairs down the wall and descend into the town below.
Yeah.
What will Clara do from here? At her current vantage point, she is at this point on the wall. All the stuff that is like not outlined, I've only outlined the road. You can assume everything else is town, including smaller side streets and stuff like that. The race only takes place on the major road.
Yeah. I would say at this point, she's going to get down from the wall and she's going to start like trying to go through like the side streets to get to a place further along in the course.
Yep, absolutely. Is she trying to find a straightaway, a turn? Like, give me an idea of the sort of vantage.
I think what she's going to try to do is she's going to try to get to like the end of a straightaway before a turn, because she wants to be able to see when the carriages are coming.
Yep. In that case, from here, it sounds like your best bet would be this point right here. Which is very close. Is she going to go down to street level and like jog there? Is she going to go roof to roof? What?
How far away is like the roof from her?
This town is very tightly packed, meaning that from the wall, she could grapple gun onto a roof, and from there would be able to move at pretty decent pace.
Then you know what? Let's go that route then.
And as Clara starts to move to her new position, jumping back to the other two, a little back in time at this point, the handkerchief drifts down. Actions either of you two would like to take before it touches, starting with Pigeon.
Pigeon reaches into one of his many pockets and pulls out a couple of these little cylinders, and he will hold them up, and at the perfect time, he will toss them as hard as he can in the general direction of the other two carts.
Yep.
Shouting, "Give them trouble, my little friends, and don't get caught!" And he's tossing a pair of smoke bombs using the Bogatir ability Samosek to animate them to stick to one of each the pair, one to just sort of hang around the other carts and not be easy to just sort of toss out of the cart.
Excellent. Okay, that's awesome. And as Pigeon does so, the moment before the handkerchief touches down, Yosel, any actions you would like to take just before the race starts?
I think mainly I would be scanning the area ahead.
Yep.
Mainly looking for like things that could potentially be obstacles with some effort. Yeah, not sure what I would be finding though.
Totally. And from what you can see, the initial straightaway that goes like that slowly curves along the outer wall is pretty much completely clear. It's just like nice open road that has open cliff on one side, which is very dangerous, of course, and then the wall on the right side. Though the road is wide enough that it would take a serious fuck up to go off the cliff. And there are like some like stones and stuff that verge the road so that you'd have to hit it at pretty high speed to go off the edge. So besides the cliff, you don't see any threats. And it's at this point that you hear Pigeon's voice as he stands up and lobs something. The handkerchief touches down, and reins are cracked as the horses like whinny and start to charge forwards. They would lurch at such speed that Yosel, unless you have pluses to reflex, which I'm not sure you do, you would be You have one? Okay, you wouldn't be thrown back into a seat. You'd be like, catch yourself. And as the carriage goes sprinting off, you would hear yells and like cries of alarm from the other carriages. As you can see that each of them is engulfed in a great cloud of, I believe, colorful smoke is what Pigeon goes for.
Very colorful.
Very colorful smoke.
Probably one blue and one yellow.
Yeah, indeed.
Hey, nice work, Birdman.
And as you go sprinting off, Each of the two carriages has one. They're both moving, but they're moving blind. And because of that, it's not like within a couple of seconds, you would hear the first crash as the two carriages would clatter together, unable to see in the smoke. Though Pigeon can see perfectly.
Oh, yes. I imagine that what he sees is people in the back, like, trying to grab at the smoke bombs to get rid of them as they
precisely.
dart around
As
and
they,
have
like,
to chase them throughout
like
the
a
cart.
balloon that you open at the end. It just kind of all around. And this means that Bodemont gets immediately out to a quick start and starts to wrap around the gentle curve of the outer wall. As you guys start to go, you hear people up on the walls screaming and cheering. And it would be also at this point that you would encounter perhaps something a bit unexpected. Namely, people from the walls are actually lowering down ropes that have like flagons of wine and stuff at the end.
Oh, sweet. I'm grabbing one of those.
Yep. As you grab it, you can see that it's like loosely hooked onto the end by like a small flimsy piece of metal, meaning that when you grab it, it just kind of like pops off. The wine sloshes ever so slightly, but it's a full tankard of it. Like it's a decent amount of drink.
I'm going to take a swig for sure. But looking out the back of the carriage, Morningstar at ready. I am basically waiting to see if anyone's going to be catching up.
Yep, absolutely. And as you are looking out and kind of like lurching on the back, two things you would note. First of all, Bodemont is well ahead at this point. Like that initial distraction is really screwing with them. But additionally, you would notice that in some places the smoke looks like it's being like slightly cleared, like little puffs like emanate and then are kind of like recovered as the carriages are trying to travel. Clearly they're doing something to try to get rid of the smoke. But given that the bombs are traveling with the carriages, it is not so easy. Other thing that Yosel would note is that Bodemont is an excellent carriage driver. He is very, very good at this and is able to like keep the horses at substantial speed despite the fact that you guys are on like, you know, it's a cobblestone road. Maybe not cobblestone, but like flagstone road. It's not an even track. And so he's nonetheless able to keep quite a high speed and keep the carriage relatively steady. Pigeon, actions that you would like to take as Yosel grabs one of these like hanging flagons of wine.
Yeah, probably smash the rest with my Morningstar. Just like
you would hear like "Hey!" from up on the walls, cries of protest. But a few other people laugh too.
Filling up the war chest, baby.
Yeah.
No, I think at this point, Pigeon's just gonna flop himself down in the seat and just be like, "Well, we're off to a good start.
And
wonderful horses you have here."
Bodemont would be nodding like wildly enthusiastically, and he says, "Excellent trick, marvelous trick. Couldn't have asked for better." What was it that Yosel said?
I said fill it up the war chest.
Oh, pardon. I thought you had another thing that you added to that.
I said wine. I was offering wine to Pigeon.
Oh, will Pigeon take it?
No, thank you.
Bodemont, however, holds out his hand.
Here you go, brother.
He puts back a pretty substantial swig, gargles it, and then hands it back over towards you.
All right, buddy.
And as he does so, kind of like wiping his mouth before grabbing the reins once again, his little ponytail has come completely undone in the like breakneck speed of this initial departure. Bodemont would say, kind of like without taking his eyes off the road, he would say to Pigeon, "My horses are the best in the world. Never find finer beasts than these two." And as he does so, he would like clearly exerting himself substantially to keep like the control of the carriage. He would begin to just like almost monologue at Pigeon about his horses. Like maybe it's a nervous thing, maybe he's trying to take his mind off things, maybe he's focused, but he's clearly fond of them, and he tells you about how he got them, about what he paid for them, about what they've been appraised at being worth now, their names, what he's done, like all this sort of stuff. Though he does.
Pigeon will with the odd little humorous joke that hopefully draws just a light chuckle. He's not going for any but like He'll absolutely entertain and humor him, especially with his one spirit, as long as it looks like he's keeping Bodemont optimistic and motivated.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
And the two horses, by the way, are named Nevila and Goldmay, in case it comes up. But he does refer to them by name. And as Bodemont is talking about his horses to Pigeon while white knuckling on the reins, you guys would round the corner enough to be out of sight of your pursuers, and are starting to round slowly into sight of the town's far gate. As you were doing so, again overlooking beautiful scenery down below with the kind of late afternoon blue sky above, you can see that the gate, as it comes into sight, is of course wide the hell open. There's a small crowd of people, but none of them are at ground level. They are all looking out of windows and over the gatehouse and things like that. And also, hanging from the gatehouse, they have more offerings. You can see that not only are they offering things like wine and little baskets of fruit and stuff like that, but you can see that one enterprising townsman is even dangling off the end something that looks very much like a grenade.
Wait.
It's an old-timey one, like a long quick-match granado, but it does look like it.
Oh,
Okay.
I'll snatch that.
Hold on. What is Pigeon sensory? Baseline.
Yep.
Okay, never mind that question. I actually think if Pigeon sees it remotely, soon enough before they would be passing through, I think Pigeon actually he's gonna grab one of his juggling knives, and he's gonna toss it to try and deflect the grenade off to the side, away from them.
Yeah, so are you trying to cut the rope, or are you trying to just ping it off?
Ping it off.
Yeah. The grenade is not lit, I should note. It has
Okay,
a fuse
that is
to it.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
Yeah.
If that was the question I was going to ask, I'm like, I don't think Pigeon has the sensory for that. But if it would be that obvious,
a lit fuse, he would be able to see.
Okay.
With
in which case, all Pigeon's going to do is sort of lean over to Bodemont and be like, "Is this sort of these offerings? Are these normal?"
And Bodemont would nod and say, "They like to see us compete for it." He says, "Careful though, they will sometimes jerk them away."
I believe Yosef said he was going to grab the grenade.
and Yosel, you wanted to go for the grenade, right?
Yep.
In this case, skill.
Baseline. I have 1 reflex and 1 vigor helping, and 2 luck.
That's true. Oh, you have 2 luck. That is actually quite helpful. In this case, however, as he jumps, the person dangling the grenade would tug it out of his reach.
How much time do I have?
This is the split second as you're passing under the gate. So above you would be gatehouse, as the moment after this happens.
Okay. Probably no time to try and whack him with my mace then.
Yes, unfortunately. You need much bigger of a telegraph.
All right. Then failing that, okay. Can I... I would like to activate an Aufrohr.
Yeah.
I was practicing saying this stuff. Aufrohr. I would like to make a minor luck pitch here that there's a large plate glass window or something.
Totally, yeah.
Throwing the flagon of wine that I have through it.
Yep.
As my paired action. And yeah, I'm trying to stir up the crowd to start being in this partying in the street, basically hey, party!
And now here's a question for you. Given that Aufrohr likes to target a group of people around, and you guys are going at speed, you're going to be seeing new people as you're going quite rapidly. Can you prolong the action to get a bigger swath of the town? Add to it?
If I can keep grabbing flagons, I will keep doing it. Grab one, slosh some onto my face, and then be chucking it as I'm going.
And if you probably could get 1 or 2 for sure, especially because the town, the inside of the town, the main road, actually has some how to describe this, arches that have more things dangling from them as well, like observation arches in the midst of the town. But for when you do not have a flagon, how will you contribute to the action in those moments that you don't have like a flagon of wine to hand?
If I don't have anything else at hand, swinging the Morning Star around, hitting anything if I can. I don't know how close the
like
the
shop
carriage is.
signs
Yeah, exactly. Mailboxes.
or lampposts or something.
Yeah, lampposts, that sort of thing.
They also do have like decorative plants and like things in the
Nice.
town. It's like
Perfect.
it's meant to be nice. And on top of that, the Morning Star, when extended on its chain, is deliberately causes additional collateral damage. Meaning that like you're just like taking out swaths of like plant pots and signs and bashing windows and stuff like that while yelling like a maniac. Speaking of yelling like a maniac, Pigeon, actions you would like to take as you go through the gate and make the first tight turn onto the town streets, as you can hear Yosel screaming like a lunatic behind you. That thing's breaking, of course.
Of course. Honestly, no, I don't really have anything right now.
Yep. Though I will also note that even though it's not like a compulsion per se, Pigeon would feel the influence of the Aufruhr. The destructive tendencies.
I mean, at the very least, the sort of like get everybody riled up energy is definitely in he's gonna feed that as much as he can, and probably start tossing out. You know what? He'll start tossing out random like humorous insults at various bystanders, but like not like insulting them, but like I think his target is to make people around his target laugh, right?
Yes, of course.
Preferably people who like the target, right?
I'm going to ask you for one or two random examples with the ability to pitch the person. But before I do that, I'm going to jump over to Clara.
Okay.
And because Clara, you have made your way rapidly to that turn, well before your companions got to where I just described.
Yeah, and she's gonna stay up on top because she wants to. Because staying up top gives her the high ground. High ground means she can keep an eye out on things.
Yep.
Keeping an eye out on things means that she has plans.
And what is her sensory stat?
Baseline.
Okay, in that case, you would hear the carriages. You would like have a rough idea of where they are out in the walls beyond, but you could not pinpoint it. You just have like a loose idea of where they are. From your position up on a high roof, atop the very high stacked houses here, a couple of things of note, like some general landmarks she would spot, is one, this little corner that she has found her way to, right here, has a pretty like bustling town market around it that the race is going to cut straight through. That said, they have put up bollards, or in this case rather just like like wagons and stuff, to make it so that if a carriage goes careening off, it won't just like wipe out the crowd. Additionally, she can see that not like just down this little side segment before it goes along another big straightaway, there's a big church like at the center of town. So that's another landmark that the race is going to go straight by, and then it's going to go by again during one of the zigzags back through the town. Last thing that might jump out to her from her like high vantage point is that while there's obviously a lot of people like out and looking and things like that, the town is not like on a holiday. Businesses are still going, and especially things like the bakery nearby is in overdrive trying to serve people who are watching the events. Actions she would like to take from this high vantage point. Where are her eyes? What is she going to be thinking or planning?
Okay, she is going to be looking down towards the straightaway because she wants to see when one of the opposing carriages starts getting into view. She has a plan, and she has a plan to pretty much slow them down some more because...
Yep.
Anything to make sure Baudemont does not come in last place.
Indeed. And as she is like watching and focusing, she would hear the carriages roaring around, and she would hear the frontmost carriage make it through the gate, and as it turns onto the straightaway, she would recognize the colors immediately, the maroon of Baudemont. He's way ahead of the competition. So much so that the others are still like rounding the outer wall. That said, as he goes racing down the straightaway, you can also see that like a small trail of destruction is following. You would see the elongating head of the the Morning Star, as Yosel is flailing around, smashing things and roaring and riling people up. And Claire would also be able to notice that the crowd responds in kind to Yosel. A good number of people actually start to like go from being, kind of polite picnicking, not polite, but, raucous, but in general order as they're watching the race, to actually starting to act pretty disorderly as he is passing by. Second thing that she would note is while the far competitors are like a long ways away, no doubt they're a long ways away, she can see the observers who are on the walls from her vantage point, even if she can't see the carriages themselves. And she can see that their attention is split.
Nice. Were those the ones she was talking to earlier, or?
Different group, but the ones she was talking to earlier, they have, like, the ones she made the deal with have descended down into the town.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. How big is this disorderly crowd? Because that's going to also dictate what she does.
It's heavily spread, because obviously it's like bits of the crowd that are watching are being influenced as the carriage is blasting past. So you can think of it like a bunch of individuals or small groups that span the entirety of kind of the watching circuit.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, she's just going to start walking a slow walk down the top of the roofs on the straightaway. And she's just waiting for one of her opponents to get into view.
Certainly. So she's like starting to proceed down the straightaway as her teammates rocket past in their carriage. Yep. In that case,
she would give. Yeah, if she could, she'll give Bodemon and everyone else a wave, and she's all.
Pigeon might actually see her, even though Pigeon does not have... Actually, that's a really good question. What is Clara's vitality?
0, so...
Okay, in that case, I do not think she would be heard over the crowd. And over the noise of the crowd.
Worth a shot.
Yeah, exactly. She could still be like, hi! And...
They probably just think she's like some drunken reveler.
Or they don't even see her with all the other crap going on. But anyways, as they go like pelting around the first major in-town turn... she would see, like, when they are out of her sight. So again, to use map, given that she is at this point, like, started here, moved along to here, her teammates have rounded to this second straightaway. That would be the point where she sees a carriage racing along. This carriage is the green of House Moglier, or Mogles. What would you like to do?
Okay. I'm going to use hang time here. It's kind of a dumb thing, but I've got an idea.
Nice.
So as she sees the carriage, she's gonna shout out, "Watch this, y'all!" And she just picks off into a run, and she just goes running. And once she gets fast enough, she is going to leap. And
excellent. And as she's...
her intention...
Keep going, yeah.
Her intention is she's going to try and land within the carriage.
And what is her skill stat?
She has a 1 to skill.
Okay, excellent. And as she is leaping, soaring through the air, first of all, she would be getting a lot of eyes. This is... hang time already kind of draws attention, but this is right through the center of town down towards. Second of all, she definitely is not going to have the precision to determine where on the carriage she is landing. Is that acceptable?
That is totally fine.
Excellent. In that case,
because I have a plan either way.
Nice. The carriage, by the way, the smoke bomb has all but worn off. There's like a few little vestiges of colored plume. But for the most part, she would see that at its front, there's Todjur, who is controlling the reins, and you can see that there are 2 retainers about him. As you are leaping down, it's looking like you're going to catch the very back of the carriage, like not even landing on a seat, like almost landing on the back wall of the carriage. How do you want to try to land this? I mean, hang time helps you land things, of course, but Describe me like physically how you're going to land this and the immediate actions thereafter, given that you're going to be almost landing on like a bar, for want of a better term, or like a thin wall.
Okay. In that case, I would say she is going to, as she's landing, she's going to try and loosen up her legs.
Yeah.
So that way she doesn't the impact. It's probably going to hurt a little bit, but it's not going to hurt as much as if she tried to maintain a stiff posture.
Yep, absolutely. And as she kind of lands and lets her legs kind of crumple in below her, it does not harm her thanks to hang time. Immediate follow-ups, given that as she lands, her back is to the retainers.
Okay. I would say she is going to pivot around, and as she's pivoting around, she's going to ready her tonfas.
Yep. Could you briefly describe what they look like? Do they look roughly like tonfa, or are they shaped differently?
They are kind of shaped like a little, more like cudgels, but they do have like the little extension on them, so that way she can hold them better.
Nice, absolutely, that makes sense. And
should I also describe what the tonfas do?
Yeah, please. That would be great.
Okay, they're a pair of short baton weapons with perpendicular handles, exceptionally good at parrying. Uppercut-style strikes carry substantial vertical knockback. User may dash after the target at incredible speed after knocking them airborne this way with a low cooldown.
Yeah, super fun item. And as she turns, she can see that of the carriage crew, all of them have turned to face her, including Todier, who is looking kind of panicked. That said, the two retainers facing you, the closer of the two is a like tall woman who is wearing rather heavy armor and has a big shield in one hand and her other hand is unarmed, but she does clearly have weapons on her person. And the one just past her is a man with a feathered cap. He has on a coat or a frock, maybe for want of a better term, like a not quite a cape because it's covering his whole body. And he does not have any like visible armor on his person. As Clara turns and readies, the woman with the shield is bringing up the shield to kind of block Todier from her vision. What would she do?
How much of her shield is like, where is she positioning her shield? Like, is there anything visible, any exposed parts on her?
The woman with the shield is very heavily armored. And as such, even though she is leaving a chunk of her body open because she's like extending the shield to cover Todier, the parts of her that are exposed are armored. So it's less defenses, but still plenty. What would Clara, or further questions, or what would Clara do from here?
The only other question I would have is like, how much of a gap does she have behind her? Like, if she needs to jump out of the carriage, because I do have an idea. I just want to know.
Yep, totally.
How much of a gap I've
Clara
got.
is literally on the backmost part of the carriage. If she were to hop off, like if she were to take one like inch, maybe not inch, but like a small step backwards, she'd be off the carriage.
Okay. Yeah. So I've got an idea. With this, I'm going to use Tag Your It.
Nice.
Yeah. So she whacks at the lady with one tonfa, and she whacks at the other dude with the other one, not Todier. And as she does so, she's all, "Come on, y'all, let's make this fun. Keep up if you can." And with that, after she whacks them, she is going to hop off and just start running the opposite way.
And as she hops off, activating the Tag Your It, she would immediately hear a clang of armor as the woman with the shield leaps off the back of the carriage behind her. I don't know if she's going to be looking over her shoulder. Where is she going to be going? She's currently on the straightaway, facing kind of the opposite direction from where the carriages would be going. And the last carriage, the Akeed carriage, is racing around the corner and is just coming into sight, and it would be like starting to barrel towards her, but she has plenty of space.
Okay, yeah. As she's running, she's looking for like any side streets or anything that she could like. Yeah, but the way she's going to do it, like she wants to dart in at like the last possible moment before the Akeed carriage arrives, because she wants to try and see if the carriage won't hit hit the 2 retainers.
Nice, excellent. So she's just like sprinting towards the Akid carriage as she's doing so, right?
Yep, and she's just laughing and being all, "Come on, our new recruit could run faster than you, and he hasn't even done leg day once."
As she's doing so, however, charging towards the Akid carriage, she would see Malin Akid at the reins is pulling a pistol and starting to point it towards Clara. What does she want to do as she's charging towards the Akid carriage?
In that case, she is going to like try and juke out of the way towards the left. If there's like a side street nearby, she's just gonna juke into it.
Yep, easily. Juke to left into the side street, pulling out of the way. She would hear the pistol go off, and she would hear a ping off of a stone a little ways back. It wasn't particularly close to hitting her. That said, she would hear the carriage kind of like not screech. It doesn't have rubber tires, right? But you'd hear like a clatter as it's forced to like adjust its position. You don't know if either of Togir's retainers were hit. That said, you do hear yells from the crowd and like a bit of oohs and ahs, if nothing else. As you like bolt down this side street, are you going to keep running or are you going to pause to see what happened?
Keep running for now because you don't know. She doesn't know what's behind her, and she needs to put as much distance as she can.
Certainly. Keeping to the side street, is she trying to loop back onto the main road, or just get nice and lost?
Yeah, loop back onto the main road, and
easily done. And given how fast Clara is, this will make it. Although, a question: are you trying to completely leave them in the dust? Like, how much are you gonna like keep them in your sight, or rather, you in their sight?
So I would say once she gets back onto the main road, she is going to turn around and just watch and see if they're approaching her.
Yep, absolutely. And as she's looping back onto the main road and turns around, given it a moment, because they clearly haven't gotten close to catching up, she would find that instead of coming out this side street back onto the main road, she would actually see the man with the feathered hat is actually on the main road already, kind of in the direction that you lost him down the side street, and is running towards you from that direction, while the woman with the shield is coming the way that you tried to lead her, and is so they're closing in at you from 2 different directions, though you still have the main road behind you to escape to, no problem.
Yeah, we're gonna escape back down the main road.
And as Clara is doing this, jumping back over to Pigeon and Yosel. First, Pigeon, any one-liners that you have to share with us?
Yeah, I came up with 4.
Do it.
We've got, please stay in the shade, sir, or you'll blind the racers. Don't forget to look up from your food or you'll miss the race. Oh, come on, kid, you're not that fast. And I see you didn't want to get your good clothes dusty.
And as Pigeon, those are fantastic. As Pigeon is doing so, he, Yosel, and Bodemont are coming up on the first turn. Claire's a little ahead of you in time, so this would be the point at which you're coming from this point, racing along towards this first turn. As you are doing so, Bodemont starts to do like kind of a complex maneuver with the reins, bunching them up in one hand and then grabbing the end with the other to do kind of like a really steer his horses like tight to the side. As he does so, he says, "Get low!"
Pigeon will get low.
The carriage pulls a pretty it pulls a G at the very least, and almost goes up onto one or 2 wheels rather out of 4 as it hits the turn.
Right.
And the horses like tear around the corner.
Pigeon will, with all of his one might, push himself towards the side that is up in the air.
Yes, indeed. And as the wheels kind of clatter back onto the ground, Yosel, follow-ups from you after kind of doing this big initiation of your Aufruhr. What do you want to do from here?
So probably just hit the deck when being told to get low. Probably thought we were getting shot at or something. Then felt the crazy turn and got back up. Oh. Probably looking for more of those gifts.
In fact, you can see that there's you're literally about to pass underneath one right now. There's a bunch more dangling, and you can see that there's people that are up on one of these in-town trellis bridges, like a footbridge that helps get over the main road, but also is a perfect place to dangle stuff. You can see that once again there's food, but on top of that they have and like wine and things like that. On top of that, though, they have a couple of interesting ones. One person is holding down a basket of raw eggs, just like a pretty substantial number of them too. And you can see that another person is holding down what looks like how to describe this, like a bellows almost, with a little bit of soot dripping out of it.
Interesting choices.
Oh, okay, got it.
Nice. I mean, I'm gonna grab something.
Indeed.
The eggs seem like something I could use at least. I'm hoping they're rotten. Though I'm hoping I can get them without like getting them all over myself too.
Quite.
It's a basket?
It's a basket, yeah.
Yeah. This is gonna be tough, but yeah, I'm gonna try it.
And grabbing it down, no skill stat, so a couple of them fall, but you can stop them from falling on you. You immediately smell them. Oh God, these are terribly bad eggs. Pigeon, what would you do?
So he sees the bellows and he takes a moment and he goes, "Oh, okay, I can do that already." And so to deny their opponents the potential to use that on them, he's gonna grab one of his knives and toss it. His aim is to cut open the bellows behind them and just drop all the soot down on the.
Oh, nice. So
on the path.
He has 2 skill, you said?
Yes.
And given that he can like take his time to like track the shot and wait till he's pretty much directly underneath it, he can absolutely pop it open and cause soot to like spill down onto the track behind and leave a nice nasty plume. Now that said, this next straightaway is a very short one because again like the roads go like out and then like a little one and then big long straightaway again. And this one that you're approaching right now is that like market square one that I described to Clara earlier. So it's actually like quite a big cul-de-sac, not a cul-de-sac because it has 2 exit points. It's like a big square that the track has been like outlined through impromptu barriers like wagons and things of that nature. There's quite a lot of people at ground level here given that they have protection from careening carriages. As you are racing through this section with eggs in hand and bellows on ground, follow-ups from Yosel.
I mean, it looks like we don't have any carriages, opposing carriages to worry about for the moment. So probably try to find a place where the eggs won't fall over in the carriage for the moment, and look for more stuff to break just for fun.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, excuse me. I have a knock at my door.
No worries.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Detour, but I had to put what you put in chat onto the quotes because.
Come and say goodnight. Have you been good to Mama?
It's so true, though.
You can stand right here. You want to say goodnight?
Yep.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good
very much.
night.
Good night.
Sweet dreams.
I didn't have to pee because I was wearing clothes.
Yes, that's true. You were wearing clothes. Thank you. I'm so sorry, guys. If it's all right, do you mind if we take a quick moment so that I could pee? I'll be back. In
Absolutely.
like
I would also
45
like to
seconds.
take a bio break.
Here, I'm gonna run and pee. Okay. Yeah.
It's always the way. You stand up and your body goes, "Oh, hey, by the way."
Pardon?
And it's always the way it happens. You stand up and your body goes, oh, hey,
Yes,
by the
indeed.
way.
While we're here, may as well. Excellent. So, well,
I don't think Detour's back yet.
I don't think he is either, but I think he
I
has
am. I'm
wireless
here.
headset.
I'm wireless. Yeah.
He has a wireless headset, so
Cool.
pardon me. So yeah, you guys are whipping around the corner. There's the town church that's also part of the square over here. But as you are coming around the corner, Yosel says he was looking for something fun to break. And he does have barricades nearby, though the amount of damage he could do them is maybe a little dubious although he does have a strength boost through Alpharor. Though that said, as you are coming around the corner, you would see a pretty substantive obstacle up ahead for the first time. A head of oxen is loose. There's like 7 of them that are stomping around in the road, clearly scared and unsure of what the hell are going on. And a few townspeople are like poking out of their doors, like making a token effort to try to like shoo them away. But the oxen are like agitated enough that none of them are like they're being a little aggressive towards people, and no one dares get close to them. These are not bulls, for the record. They're oxen. They're slower. They're heavier. They're bigger. But they're also blocking the entirety of the road because of how large they are.
Well, sounds like time for eggs. I'm gonna scoop up like double handful of eggs. How far are they? I don't have.
They clearly
mic to
escaped
go.
from like the market square area, so they're only a little ways ahead, like at the far entrance of the market square that you're moving towards.
All right, then I'll probably have to wait till I am like within throwing range. But once I am, I'll be shouting at them with my 1 vitality. Just, hey, get out of the way, you stupid bovine!
I think the moment that you like when Yosel sees the oxen and immediately starts grabbing the eggs, I think Pigeon is like, oh yeah, that's a great idea. They'll hate the smell, they'll move away from it. And he's gonna scoop them up. And what is Yosel's might?
Baseline.
But enhanced
Baseline?
through Alpharor.
Okay.
Yes.
But I think that would suggest that Pigeon's 1 might means that he could start throwing a lot sooner.
At the very least, he has a better idea of his might,
Yeah.
he can definitely throw sooner.
He's definitely not aiming to hit the oxen.
Mhm.
He just wants the smell to make them go, I don't want to be here.
Yeah, and with his
I'm
skill,
trying
he
to hit him
can
in the face.
yeah he can land it pretty precisely. Whereas Yosel is just trying to smack him with the egg. And as you do so, you can see that Bodemont is forced to kind of slow down. His horses are not happy to be rushing towards oxen, and neither are the oxen happy to see a carriage rushing towards them. They kind of like bunch up a little bit, but the smell does seem to immediately get to them. You can see them kind of tossing their heads. One of them gets one like in the eye and goes like a and like swings around its big muzzle. And so they're slowly starting to kind of like in a bunched up fashion back away from you guys. But given that they are on a main road, there are side streets around, but they're oxen. They're not particularly bright, and nor are they super coordinated when it comes to running away, even though they are clearly being rebuffed by the smell.
How close are we at this point?
At this point, you're close enough that, like, were it a person, you could speak at, like, a regular speaking voice and be heard.
Okay, are we close enough that if Pigeon... that feels a little overambitious for his reflex, but I just really like the image of Pigeon leaping off the front of the cart, running down the back of one of the horses, grabbing his mallet, and jumping forward to try and whack. Because the oxen are pretty frustrated at this point.
Oh yeah, they are. They're quite frustrated.
And literally just whack them out of the way with the knockback of his mallet.
So, okay, balancing along the horse is going to be like an arms out affair.
You know what? Actually, sorry, I think about it. I think actually what makes the most sense is to like end up riding bareback on one of the horses.
Yeah. So like hopping out onto a horse. Between Navila and Goldmay, which do you prefer? Navila is darker, Goldmay is blonde.
Let's go Goldmay. I just really like that name.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopping out onto her back and kind of riding bareback for the moment. As Pigeon is doing so, is he withdrawing mallet as he is riding?
Judge, actually, but yes.
Yes, of course. And as he is doing so, Yosel has not even like put more than like a small dent in his egg collection.
Nice.
But he can see that Pigeon has like leapt out onto one of Bodemont's horses. Actions that he would like to take as Bodemont is being forced to slow down.
I mean, thinking like Yosel right now, I'd probably still be throwing eggs. Now that I have a better shot aiming for their faces, like, move it, stupid, ow.
And they're like tossing their heads and like clearly pissed off and annoyed. But in this case, Pigeon, as you get closer, are you going to be like leaping off of Goldmay after taking a step up, or are you going to slide off her back first?
I think actually he's gonna try and do like I don't know if that even makes sense really. Yeah, but I think he's gonna try for it. I think he's gonna try and like he hooks one of his legs around the front and leans out the other way to try and get as much distance without completely falling off and losing that momentum.
I see what you're going for, but Bodemont is not daring get too close.
Okay.
That, like agitated oxen are might actually try to attack his horses.
Here's a thought. Is
Yep.
Samosek off cooldown?
Ooh, mid cooldown, I believe.
Mid cooldown. Yeah.
Mid cooldown, not quite.
Not quite.
What are you thinking? The oxen are clearly very perturbed. They are being egged beyond any recognition at this point.
Yeah, I think then he's gonna try and he's gonna try and push up and leap.
Yep.
Off of leap forward, and I think he's aiming for. This is a silly thought. I wonder if I could pull this off. Well, right, sure. So he's gonna leap off of Goldmay, and he's trying to land on the back of the nearest oxen.
Oh wow! Okay.
And at the same time, bring down the judge on the oxen in front of it.
Mm-hmm.
And the energy work that I want to do here is it sends one oxen one way and the one Pigeon's on, the other way.
So in this case, as the horses are like almost not quite skidding, but like coming to a halt, like quite close to the oxen, Pigeon would be on his feet and would like leap out onto the one oxen's back with his butt pointing towards its head, and then like bash the oxen just behind that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. And in that case, is this going to be? Are you striking down to try to like knock it into the ground or strike it away?
Sideways, away.
Yep. And as Yosel is watching, you would see Pigeon do a funny but like well executed leap onto one oxen, and when he swings his hammer, this massive cart pulling beast is knocked off of its feet, like 6 feet to the side, and then skids along the ground for a moment.
Oh shit!
And do I pull off that the one that Pigeon's on gets knocked equally in the opposite direction?
Okay, so the idea was that your energy working the judge to try to like equal and opposite way.
Equal and opposite?
Yeah. I'm gonna say that it is not knocked equal and opposite, but it is spooked to go equal and opposite direction. And like and gives like a kind of undignified little trot to get out of the way. But there's still a couple more. They're clearly scared at this point and are trying to back away. But again, uncoordinated herd animals have a very hard time making up their mind in these sort of situations. What will Pigeon do from here as he's cleared 2?
Probably leap off and oh, you know what? I'm almost tempted with it. I feel like Pigeon's vibe is to never do the same trick twice.
Yeah.
So I think what he's gonna do is he's going to leap down and he's gonna start speaking soothingly and try to like just you know what? He's gonna put his helmet on. That's what he's gonna do. He's gonna put his helmet on and he's gonna start speaking soothingly and try to encourage the oxen to move specifically out of the way of the cart.
I see. Okay, and what is his Spangenhelm skinned as?
Yes. So Pigeon Spagenhelm is a helmet that has a half face mask with a very ferocious looking face on it. You know.
Yeah.
And the item is a Bogatir item that when he's not wearing it, he just looks less threatening in general and to enemies. And when he is wearing it, allies and neutrals see him as more heroic.
Nice. And thank you for explaining. Something Pigeon would notice as he's starting to do this is one of the oxen towards the front have been egged, right? But one of the oxen towards the back that hasn't been egged whatsoever does look kind of damp. Not really sure why, and it's a little far away to be able to tell because there's like 4 others in the way. That said, as Pigeon is starting to try to like soothe and cajole the oxen to get out of the way, Yosel, actions that you would like to take after watching Pigeon just clobber one of these things.
Okay. I believe you said there are some like carts that are blocking a market area.
Yes, exactly. So you guys are like coming to the exit. You enter if it's a square, right? You entered at like this part and you're exiting at like this part right here. And so there's like a curve, and that curve is being guide railed by like improvised barriers. And the rest of it is just an open market square with lots of people in it.
All right. And how well have we dealt with the oxen so far? Are we still being pretty held up by them?
Yeah, completely held up at the moment, but Pigeon does seem to be getting them to move pretty effectively.
All right. I'm going to be hoping to help this along. I'll just say, hey, boss, I'll be right back. Hop off the carriage, running toward the market.
Yep.
1 vigor, so I'm not slow.
Not at all.
And like reaching into my war chest in the process, and I should have been talking about this. War chest normally contains a low amount of local currency that magically fills with more as the user commits crimes and causes destruction, scaling with severity. Been doing plenty of that. So just kind of grabbing like a handful of coins out of my war chest as I run toward the market. I am looking for fruit vendor or tuber vendor, whatever is closer.
Yep.
Something that I think Ox would eat. Like he's just like, what the fuck do cows eat? I don't know, vegetables. And like grab a sack of something, toss a handful of coins, and run back.
Yep, absolutely. And in this case, as Pigeon is trying to soothe the oxen, he's like gotten them like a third of the way out of the way of the carriage, and it's at this point that Yosel would run up behind him. Yosel has like let's say a big bag of carrots or something. That makes sense. That seems like something he would think an ox would eat.
Yeah. And be like, hey, let's try this. I'm gonna take a carrot out and like shove one into the nearest ox's face.
Yeah.
And then take my longus messer, which containers that this cuts may spill pitched content disproportionate to their observable capacity. I'm going to use that to cut it while flinging it to make carrots fly as far as I can down the opposite way that we have come from. Obviously.
Yeah, like up the main road or along a side street.
Like up the main road, like where the other carriages would be coming. I want to make this their problem.
And the carrots go flying, like way more than should have been in that bag. Pigeon, actions you would like to take as Yosel is carroting the oxen.
Yeah, I think he's gonna grab one of the carrots and use it to like, absolutely, yeah, let's do that. Let's entice them with the carrot. He's gonna, come on, this way,
Yeah, carrot sticks,
And as like a one of them is like sniffing at it, and then clearly like still annoyed by the egg, but still like they can recognize a carrot when they see it, and a little bit tempted, a little bit moving along. You guys would hear a sudden twang and thud, and then one of the oxen gives a and you can see that the oxen at the back has caught on fire, and the fire has spread across its entire body as it starts to rampage towards you, bucking wildly. An arrow is sticking out of its haunch.
Oh shit!
Pretty much.
Oh no. Anyway,
Yes, indeed. As Yosel is flinging himself off to the side out of the way, Pigeon actions.
I have an idea, but so Pigeon is going to scramble at one of his pockets and pull out a smoke bomb, and I want energy work that he's going to toss it directly at the one that's on. I don't know. That's only going to solve half the problem, actually. He's going to do it anyway. He's going to toss it at the oxen that's on fire, and I want to pitch the energy work. That in fact, I'm going to use a luck pitch here. Pigeon's panicking. This isn't a plan.
Yeah.
Fortunately, the smoke bomb's wrong. The smoke bomb got mixed wrong, and so when it goes off, it's gonna douse the fire.
Oh, it's gonna squib. That's really interesting. Okay, so you describe this as potentially being energy work, potentially being a luck pitch. Does Pigeon pack his own smoke bombs?
Yeah, absolutely.
Luck stat?
Luck stat is a +1.
Okay, +1. All right. In that case, here's what I got for you. The squib goes off and just pops loudly, and the pop would give a great puff of carbon dioxide that would douse a chunk of the bull's body, though leaving its butt still mostly on fire. But it goes off with a pop loud enough to make the bull, or I keep saying bull, oxen, you know what I'm talking about, go from panicked and in pain to spooked and panicked and in pain. Oh, excuse me.
Great.
One moment. I'm getting a knock at my door.
Failing forward, everyone.
Oh, God. Okay.
failed
excuse me, guys.
successfully.
I gotta go and do a debugging. Literal in this case. Would you guys mind briefly talking amongst yourselves?
I'm sorry, dear.
No worries.
So yeah, how's everyone liking Clara so far?
I had a thought earlier when you pulled out the grapple gun, and Robbie was like, "Yeah, this goes from how do you do this to you just do this." My thought was, yeah, when I ran for Clara, that was kind of like, "Hey, I want to use the grapple gun. Does that work?" Yeah, yeah, of course it does.
That's what it is.
With I think one sort of half exception.
Yeah. I mean, heck, even Carolyn now has it.
Grapple guns are good.
It's a solid item.
I mean, for her, she's really just going to use that to get up to a nice sniping perch because obviously gunslinger with rifle.
Yeah, it's a classic item already for sure.
Yeah. And while we're waiting, I'm just also working on making my first ever, well, not actually making the class itself, but making a PCC.
Nice. Congrats. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm doing the Janissary.
Okay.
Nice.
I heard about that, I think.
Yeah,
I saw that.
interesting.
What can I say? I like them from Age of Empires, so.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's kind of like
that's right.
social gunslinger. It's neat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Actually, so that is something that Julian's been working on is a Janissary class.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So, got it. You're saying you wanted to make a character who plays that class, not
yes.
class.
Yes. I'm making a Janissary.
Got it. I was like, it doesn't. Did I? Okay, got it.
Okay. Debugging complete.
That.
You can't hear us yet. We can say anything. Nope. Okay, stop saying nice things about Robbie. He can hear us again.
Aha. Desist with this nonsense. Now, anyways, Oxen goes from in pain to also completely spooked, and as such, though it's heavy, it's not particularly fast. They can move when they want to.
Yeah.
It bum rushes not at Pigeon but at the horses.
Oh dear.
Yosel has
he
gotten
needs-
himself out of the way, but does he have follow-ups now that he is out of harm's way? He hears the pop, he hears the great bray of the ox, and then sees it charge towards the horses.
Yeah, that's also the general direction of our client, because Yosel wants to get paid if he's doing all this. I mean, he's having fun, but he's here to get paid. Is the client in danger?
Well, in this case, more substantially than that. If his horses go down, he's not winning the race, most likely.
Right. How close am I to the horses?
Closer than the oxen is.
Do the horses have space to move forward now?
If they were like bank very, very sharply towards you to the right, then yes, they could probably get around.
I was mainly thinking of just like slapping them with the flat of the blade of the longest messer, but I don't know if that'll be enough to get them to take such a sharp turn.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, how about this? Grabbing a bridle and yanking their heads while slapping with the flat of the blade.
And as you do so, the horses go. A question. Yosel, you are going to either be dragged along for the ride or let go and potentially get crushed by a carriage.
Probably gonna get dragged for the moment.
Yes.
I don't know how long I'll be able to hold on, but I'll see if I can think of some other way out of this.
And as you do so, your feet kind of like slapping against the stones, and you're kind of like jerking and jostling. You're with your grip like weakening and weakening. Pigeon.
Yeah.
As the oxen charges, you would hear the horses suddenly give like a wild panicked whinny and go bolting around it, with Yosel holding on to one of them.
Do I have time to grab like the rear, the back of the cart?
Yes, and it is because of that lovely double plus to skill, meaning that with your reflex you can react to it. With your skill, you can actually manage to like get a grab onto like the the outermost handle of it.
Yeah, cool. So he's gonna grab on, judge in one hand, so he's not even like. He doesn't have a free hand to pull himself up. He's just holding on for now.
Yep. And as the two of you are holding on and go like shooting down along the next straightaway, yourself
He'll spare a kick for the ox that's on fire because the thing hasn't had a bad enough day as it is.
And on top of that, even though the carbon dioxide from his squib does douse the fire, the oxen is still, in fact, as he kicks it, he realizes covered in oil. And because of that, the fire quickly re-spreads back across its body. Now, as you go sprinting off once again down this next straightaway, Clara, we're going to jump back to you. Reason being is that you, as we just described, you have the two retainers kind of like bearing down on you. You have the market square and like the remainder of the race behind you. Remind me, are you going to be turning and running now that you have their attention back on you, or are you going to be doing something else?
Yeah, for right now, she's gonna be running back since they're now focused back on her. I'm assuming Tagura is still active.
It is still active, although she does feel like it's more locked in on the woman in armor than the man with the feathered hat. It's like he seems to be like more resistant to it somehow.
You know what? That's fine because if no retainers on his card, that means that if in her mind, if they're gonna do well, they can do whatever they want to that rider. So
Absolutely.
She looks at the woman and she's all, "Come on, come get me if you dare."
And as she turns and rushes towards the town, the market, this would be the moment when the flaming bull, like the flaming ox I described, has reached the town market and is flailing around like completely on fire, causing a massive distraction, and is also trying to like smash its way through some of the barricades while townspeople are like backing away. Some are trying to help, but it's burning quite fiercely, and as such, people can't really get close enough to put hands on it. What would Clara like to do as she is running in the general direction of the flaming ox?
as she's running, she's going to pull out her grapple gun, take a moment to stop, and yank herself back up high.
Yep, absolutely. So she has a couple options. She could go to roofs right or left, or she could go to one of those like little observation bridges in the middle of the town, which she happens to be pretty much directly underneath.
Observation bridge.
Yep. Zip. And zipping her way up and kind of swinging her way up on top. This is where people are like dangling things on ropes, like I've been describing. And as she makes her way up, a bunch of people like start at this, and she kind of does the opposite of what they're doing, going up on a rope rather than dangling something down. That said, up on the observation bridge, she would see that the two retainers that she has tagged are kind of rushing up towards either end of the the footbridge. The footbridge, by the way, does kind of connect down to the ground by means of like a tight staircase, but it also continues through to side streets beyond, kind of weaving between houses and kind of like peeking in through some of their high windows.
Yeah. In that case, she's gonna stay up high, and she's gonna start rushing along the rooftops, keeping an eye on the fire, because she's probably gonna be thinking, "Oh shit, something's going on. Better keep an eye on it and see what's happening."
Absolutely. I'm so sorry. One final interruption. Speaking of fire, I smell gas. Quick moment.
Oh,
Yes.
that's worrying.
Yeah, I'm just still drafting up Janissary stuff.
Great that
Jeez,
we
just
decided
one
to
thing
add
after
a
another tonight.
terrible
I
smell
apologize,
to
guys.
natural gas so we don't all suffocate.
Yeah, it turns out that she had a soup pot on the stove, it bubbled over, doused the pilot, and then boom, just getting gas. Okay, pardon me. Crisis averted. Moving on.
I was just appreciating the fact that we had the foresight to add a smell to gas so that we don't suffocate.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Whew. All right, now, as we were saying, from one crisis to another, Clara, kindly remind me, up on the footbridge, what would you like to do?
Yeah, she is booking it onto like the roofs that are near the market, because she wants to keep an eye on the fire, because she also wants to check and see if she can't see Bodemont.
Yep, absolutely. And as you go rushing your way along, going from roof to roof to roof, you would actually catch a glimpse of Bodemont just as he's going down this far straightaway and rounding the bend. So this would be if you were, if you were here, and then here is where the market square is, so this is where you are now. He is down at this corner and is rounding the bend.
Okay. So for right now, he's still okay.
Yes, indeed. And you can see, though, that while he is just rounding the bend, the other carriages are hot on his heels at this point. He seems to have been majorly slowed down. Clara would see the oxen, but obviously they'd be off to the side of the road at this point, so it probably wouldn't be to her mind that, like, oh, they're what slowed him down.
Yeah. Yeah. I would say that she's going to continue running along the rooftops. She is going to try and get into a position where she can. Oh, what was the carriage that I caused all the fun with? Was it blah blah blah?
Oh, that was the Akid carriage.
Yes, the Akid one.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. I want to try and catch up with them because I've got another idea if she can get close enough from up high.
Certainly. And again, using the map for clarity here, if you are at this point right now and their carriages are like along here, are you going to be running after them, or are you going to try to cross to intercept them when they come along this next straight?
Yeah, she's going to try and cross to intersect them.
Yep. Are you going to be doing
that's
so?
going to be the best way
Totally.
for her to
Are you
do
going
what
to be
she
doing
has
so
planned.
at this like closest corner to you where you are right here, or do you want to go a little further along the straightaway to the to intercept them?
Probably get a little bit closer to like the corner.
Yep, absolutely. In that case, that's the easiest point for you to get to from here by far, meaning that from your position going rooftop to rooftop, you would not even need to Debrief as you're going along, just because of how tightly packed the roofs are. And the fact that you have one reflex is totally enough to like get you where you want to go, plus grapple.
Yeah.
In that case, doing a more rapid cut than I've been doing, jumping back to the other two, as you guys are barreling down the straightaway, Pigeon would at this point, hanging off the back of Bodemont's carriage, would see the other two carriages whipping around the corner into view, now far closer than they were previously due to the holdup. The one that is at this point closest to you is the green carriage of Todir. And you can see, though, that he seems to be alone in his carriage, at least as of now.
Well, Pigeon's first act is going to be to haul the judge up and just sort of let it clatter into the cart so that he can get both arms on and haul himself up in.
And as he pulls himself up into the back of the carriage onto like the high rearmost seats, what would he like to do immediately after there? He can see that Yosel is still kind of like hanging on for dear life onto the.
He's going to go try to help Yosel up into the cart.
Yep, absolutely. Yosel, as you are kind of slowly slipping, and more of your body's being like battered against the ground, what would you do?
If I could, I first and foremost would probably activate my sumptuary furs, gaudy jacket made of fine animal pelt, leather,
Nice.
mid environmental protection, and the user may conjure armor pieces appropriate to their locale, determined via pitch, expending wealth proportionate to their quality.
Yep.
Yosel is a member of a motorcycle gang, so he would be fully aware of what are they, road rash, right?
Road rash,
So I believe they make a type of like body armor for motorcyclists. So he'd probably buy the jacket DLC to get that.
God, the don't become a meat crayon DLC. To use a particularly earthy phrase that I've heard used.
Yeah.
And in this case,
cyberpunk, So.
Yeah. Is he
like
mostly going to be focusing on leg protection, or is he going for full body?
Probably full body. That's probably what he sees the crew wear.
Nice. Though in this case, as it's conjured onto him, he would be maybe a little bit taken aback to see that while they are leathers, they're boiled leathers. These are from the locale, and as such are very different from the bicycling leathers he'd be used to, though they do still fit him perfectly and provide the protection he's looking for.
Nice. Oh, nice.
And as he's being kind of battered along, Pigeon, would you be offering a hand or just trying to like grab him under the armor?
Oh yeah, no, he just leans over the side, grabs by as best as he can, and starts pulling.
And in this case, Pigeon, while Pigeon does have a plus to might, he's definitely not strong enough to like completely haul up Yosel from this awkward position, meaning that Yosel, as Pigeon like gets you to a point where you can reach for the carriage yourself, are you going to be also like hauling yourself around?
Yeah, so probably had Morningstar in other hand, so just similar to what Pigeon did, just like throw my arm over to drop the Morningstar into the carriage and then try to haul myself up.
And as the two of you kind of like
Birdman.
collapse into things. Yep, absolutely. Follow-ups from Pigeon after doing so.
Yeah. Hey, we got through that little snagu. That's a new word. And then he's gonna turn and he's gonna reach for. Let's see how many. Oof. You know what he's gonna go for another one of his throwing knives because So the other carts are right behind us, right?
Yeah, they're hot on your heels.
And he's gonna aim, and he wants to make it look like he's aiming at what's his name?
Todier?
Taudir?
Yeah.
Taudir, yeah. But actually, what he wants to do is he wants the knife to cut through the reins where they keep the horses together, or at least at one point, and just sort
I
of
see.
cause some difficulties for them pulling the cart.
As you are kind of coming up and bringing up a throwing knife and kind of, I don't know if you're doing the...
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you would see that Todier just kind of goes like... And, like, he's still holding the reins with his thumbs, but, like, holds up his hands and, like, cringes his neck in.
Does he like slow down or try to like dodge?
Down.
He just okay.
Like,
Pigeon's gonna take the throw. He's gonna throw. He's aiming for the reins they're holding that are like keeping the horses tied together.
Yep. And with a throw out, these are common throwing knives, correct?
Yeah, just totally common throwing knives.
And given the bumpiness of what you are dealing with, the knife does hit, but it doesn't bite, and as such, it kind of clatters off of the connective reins. You can see that when you threw, Todier kind of flinched, and in flinching, did actually cause his horse to get a little confused and slow down a bit, but it only buys you like another half carriage length. Yourself, follow-ups from you as Pigeon goes to the tail end of the carriage.
If there's room at the tail end of the carriage, I'm gonna grab our basket of eggs, and holding that up, looking for a good target, because what I want to do is swing it out, like I did with the carrots, Lungus Messer, to make even more rotten eggs.
Oh my god!
Flinging it kind of like a rain of eggs across.
No. Your main thing right now is that you can see that the Mowgli's carriage is the one right behind yours, though it's like 3-4 carriage lengths behind you guys. Clearly the main target, and Todier is the only person in it. And then the Akid carriage is like another 2 to 3 carriage lengths behind him. Has a lot more people in it, but it's far enough behind that you might not be able to get them with an egg barrage. So do you want to unload on this asshole?
I'll take the easy target.
Yeah, I feel
Fuck this guy.
Egg. So the rotten eggs just go like flying into the air.
Get eggs, bitch.
And just carpet bomb Todier in his particular carriage. And you can hear...
very loudly, Pigeon will go, "I'm not sure that'll work. I think he's used to smelling like crap."
And as you do so, not only does you hear him go, "Oh no, not this," but and he kind of like slouches to one side. The horses freak out too because they're getting hit in the face with fucking eggs, and as such, his carriage kind of careers off to the side, and kind of like clatters against a nearby like ornamental post, and throws Todier to the other side. His horses kind of like stamp to a stop. With him kind of like pulled off a bit to the side of the road and are like tossing and heaving and throwing their heads and their manes about as the Akid carriage goes pelting past. This is the point at which you guys have rounded the bend and are now on the second to last straightaway, namely this one here. So you've just rounded this bend and are on along this straightaway. And as you are doing so, you can see that on the Akid carriage, they have one person on there who seems to be a serious frickin' problem. Namely, you can see it's a person who has an extremely long-barreled rifle that has one of those like early rifle stands that is built into the carriage, and they are like kind of bumping and jostling and moving with the movement of the carriage, trying to find an aim towards you guys. Though again, the back of your carriage does have a wall, of course, so they would currently only be seeing your like shoulders up.
Mm-hmm. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
If I dropped a smoke bomb in the very back of our carriage, would it cause problems for the front? How big of a smoke?
Definitely not, given how fast you guys are moving. The reason that it was a problem for them is that you samosect to have it be like in the relevant area.
Yep. Cool. Then in that case, Pigeon's absolutely just gonna go, "Oh shit!" Drops a smoke bomb into the back of the carriage.
Yep. And smoke starts billowing out, following you like a car whose engine is smoking, and it goes kind of whipping behind them. And Yosel, actions you would like to take?
Yeah.
Notably,
I'm gonna.
Pigeon can see in the smoke.
Yes, he can.
Yosel
I
cannot.
But I think he would still do the same thing regardless. Whip the Morning Star back and just whip it forward, extending the chain. Looking to just slam it forward, ideally into the gun, but he doesn't know what he's hitting.
Now, this is a pretty decent span. Like it would be at an eyeball, like over 60 feet. Though you guys are moving at pretty substantial speed. Now, how are you going to telegraph an attack so big that you can swing the Morning Star out that far?
All right. Well, what I will do is, as I will start to swing it around like this, and as I'm swinging it, the chain gets longer and longer, getting out of the smoke, and then.
Yep, and swinging it out.
Oh, that just in my head. That's so anime. That moment of like, poof, there's a moment, and then the Morning Star starts appearing out of the smoke.
Out of the smoke, exactly.
Yeah.
Like cutting through it at points as it's swinging out. As Yosel would do so, he would hear and feel the Morning Star's head smashing against nearby buildings as it is getting larger and larger. More windows, more planters, more signs, more like pies resting on windowsills. They're all eating shit. But as,
more war chest money.
Yep. And as you do
I'd
that...
rather eat the pie.
Yeah, exactly. You got me with that one. And as the head goes spinning out towards, you would, like, through the smoke, Yosel would not be able to see what happens, but Pigeon, on the other hand, would. The mace head would go flailing out, the guy with the gun would duck in cover, and the Morning Star would snap the gun in half and send it flying out into the adjacent houses. As Yosel's mace kind of zooms back in, and the head reattaches, he would have zero idea whether that worked.
But Pigeon will go, "Oh, well done! This is good aim!"
Yeah, all right.
Wait, actually, was that aim? You couldn't see.
Yeah.
Can you see through my smoke?
It's technology.
That's the excuse for everything. Technology.
So they're about 60 feet behind us, right?
Yep. Though at the moment they are not gaining.
Okay.
And your smoke is still pluming.
I'll hold off on that idea.
Clara, jumping over to you. Your quick jaunt across the rooftops has brought you to this next straightaway. And as you are getting there, you can see that your team is like racing down it. They're like a third of the way towards you at this point, but coming quite fast. You can see the Akid carriage rushing after them. You would not, at least at the moment, see the Mowgli's chariot, meaning that they clearly lost or broke or stopped them in some way during that little overpass during the big hairpin. As such, what would Clara like to do as the two chariots, or I see chariots interchangeably, are rushing towards?
Yeah, she's still going to try and find the Mowgli chariot.
Yep.
From her vantage point up on the rooftops, because
totally
that's her big focus, because she's cleared out the two people on there. She has a plan to get rid of the last guy.
Yep, absolutely. And so in this case, is she going to be running across the rooftops and pass her companions as they're going the other direction?
Yep, pretty much.
Easily done. And as she goes rushing along, she would see him down below. And she would see the absolute state that he is in, with rotten eggs all over him and his carriage and his horses. He is off of the carriage at the moment and is literally holding a horse's muzzle as he's cleaning egg off of it.
Oh, perfect. Question. So he's dismounted right now, correct? And he's not moving?
He is dismounted. He's not moving, but he is yelling. And you can see that some of the surrounding townsfolk are actually coming out with pails of water to help him out, which he is using to dump onto the horses' heads and also onto his own head to just get the stink off of him. You can smell it from where you are up on the roofs.
Yeah, she's just ugh. Now, next question. Hang time has a low cooldown.
You have it.
Is it am I free to use it again?
You have it. Yep.
Okay. We're using it. So she spots spots him, and she just yells, "Hey, second first, same as the first, y'all!" And she just starts picking off, and she just starts taking off. And once she gets into her rhythm again,
Yep.
she jumps up.
And as she does so, you can see that that Toadyer looks up towards you. He just gets like a and like dives underneath.
Yeah, this
his
is like
horses.
this is like an oh shit, here we go again
Yeah,
moment.
Exactly. Where is she trying to land?
She is gonna try and land right next to Toadyer.
Yep. And as she lands on the ground, he's like literally cowering between his horse's legs, and like looking at her between the horse's legs. He is drenched. He is still stinking. He is sweaty even after dousing himself with water. And even though he is armed, he's not even going for his weapons.
Oh, perfect. She's gonna pull out her tonfas, and she's not gonna even try to give him a chance to react before she just starts wailing into him with some uppercuts.
Now, the question, since he is tucked below a horse, how is she going to try to get him through the horse's legs? Of course, an uppercut would bring him into the horse's body, which might result in Clara getting kicked, which would not be a good deal.
Okay, then we're not gonna go with that. I would say at this point then, remind me again where she landed. Like I know she landed right next to him, but like
yeah, exactly. She would have landed like right next to him, so right next to his horse, kind of next to his horse's right shoulder. The horse's legs are kind of like a little close together. It's not splayed out by any means right now, and he's kind of like hiding underneath his horse, like clearly hoping it will kick you or something.
yeah, she's just gonna give like a couple of quick whacks to him in that case, like just side whacks, like not doing the uppercut motion, but
Yep.
But basically just whacking him, like adding injury to insult.
Yep. Where's she aiming on his body?
I'm gonna say wherever she can get a good whack at, because he's clearly crouching down. So if that means that where she's aiming, it's going upper body or head, so be it.
He brings up his arms to protect his head, meaning that you have his entire torso to work with.
Yeah. Let's go whacking in the torso, like whack, 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 whack.
And as you lay blows into him, you hear him, no, stop, help me. And as you're doing so, some of the surrounding like people who've like come out to help him, like kind of step back a little bit, looking like, oh god. And the horse that's like standing immediately over him would actually kind of like lash out towards you, not with one of her hooves, but actually with her mouth. Horses can bite like a motherfucker, and she would actually like try to go and bite you from your position at like near her right shoulder.
Okay. Do I have enough space to try and jump into the chariot then?
Oh, absolutely, you can do that, because that's getting you away from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, we're doing that. We're doing something crazy here.
Yep. And leaping up onto the carriage. What do you want to do? You're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, she's gonna take off with. She's gonna try and get the chariot moving.
Okay. So in this case, like she saw how Bodo. Actually, no, she was off of the chariot. That's big. How is she gonna try to start this thing? I don't think she would have any experience.
She's just gonna try and take the reins and just be all, "Come on, go!"
And is she like flailing the reins up and down while she tries?
Yeah, pretty much flailing
awesome. It. What is her skill again? Is it single plus?
1.
1. Awesome. And in that case, as she is yelling and kind of like snapping the reins like this, the horses, clearly uncertain of what's going on, start to move. And you would hear Toadyer yelling, "No!" And then you would feel like a thump as the carriage drives over him in some regard. One wheel after another.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, and once it rides over him, she's gonna give it like a couple of seconds before she hops off.
Yep. And leaping off behind, Toadyer is in a heap behind. He is groaning and wheezing, and he is like, "Please, somebody, help me. Help me, my legs are broken, I think."
Oh, I can help with that, all right, she says with a devilish grin.
He says, "Please, I can pay you. Please, a ransom if you need it."
Tell you what, you come in last place and I'll get you to the nearest doctor. How's that sound?
He says, last place. Last place. You think that's what matters?
It's either that or you're gonna be wishing that that carriage killed you.
He says, a doctor then. Anything. Please.
Bet, she says as she hefts him up and just starts going in reverse of the circuit.
Okay, remind me. Double plus to might?
Yep,
Without
double plus to might.
you would not be able to pick him up. He is quite large. And so, as you kind of heft him up, geez, he's heavy.
And I'm gonna just say, like, as she's carrying him off to the doctor, she does feel bad, so she's just gonna engage in like some little small talk with him.
What would she say?
Well, first off, she just wants to make sure that basically she's just trying to keep him conscious and keep him focused, but she's just gonna say, like, you're not actually too bad of a rider. Not gonna lie.
Of course not. I've been doing this my entire life. How could I not be?
You also got the great mass. You ever considered playing like field sports?
He says, not with this. Could you please put me down a moment? Please, can you check my leg?
All right. And she just brings him off to like a side street and just sets him down.
You can see his leg doesn't look visibly broken, but do you want to like roll back the pants or something?
Yeah, she's just gonna say, bear with me a moment, and she just quickly starts rolling his pant up.
And as you are doing so, you would feel a sudden sickening sensation in your left shoulder. Immediate reactions.
Yeah, she is going to recoil and just roll forward.
And as she goes to roll forwards, the roll is interrupted because there is a knife sticking out of her shoulder. And she feels the knife only as she goes into the roll, forcing her to kind of like pause the roll. It's a bad wound. Like clean between her shoulder blade and her clavicle. And it has completely put her left arm out of commission. It is horribly painful. And she can feel it like straight to her gut as she like comes out of her roll. And she can see that Todier standing up completely fine with his legs. Though he definitely got hit by the carriage. You're just not sure where. He's not standing up like healthy. He's staggering, but he's got up onto his feet, is looking at her with a vicious expression on his face, and says, "You think you can humiliate me like that? Whore's daughter? Begone with you!"
Yeah, with her free arm, she readies her Tampa. I'm not out of the game just yet.
He's drawing his pistol. He says, "Start running."
Okay. Du-du-du. I would say at this point, drops the Tampa, gets out her grapple gun, and just gets herself high up again.
One-handed with the grapple gun is doable for sure, but it just means that she has to like land on her feet. She can't use her other arm to like help her get
that is fine. That is fine.
She hears the gunshot go off, but it completely misses her. Smashes a window nearby though. And as you do so, you would hear Todier's voice barking after you. "And if I ever see your face again, I'll cut out your tongue and stuff it up you."
Yours, she grunts out in pain.
And as she makes it back up onto the relative safety of the roofs, we're going to jump back over to the other two. Reason being is while Clara is contending with Todier, you guys are racing towards the next in-town hairpin. This one doesn't have a market square to contend with, at least not that you can see just yet. But you do still have the Akids behind you, though they are down a gun. Actions you would like to take as you're approaching the tight turn.
Not presently. Not from me.
Yep. In that case,
Yeah.
any actions from Yosel?
Beyond breaking whatever happens to be handy, and potentially looking for more openings to use the Morning Star. Not yet. Yeah. Yeah.
In that
I
case,
might look for an opening to like smash the wheels of their chariot.
Mhm.
But yeah, I don't know how close they are to try and pull that off.
Yeah, it would require another like absolutely massive wind up. And while you do
Yeah.
still have a bit of a smoke screen going for you guys, as you round the corner, the smoke screen would be starting to dissipate. And once again, Bodemont would call out, "Get low!"
Yeah,
And as you
hit the
take the
deck.
now relatively familiar position of getting low while the carriage takes like a wild turn again, this is at the same speed as the very first turn that you took. You would, in this case, see that there's another footbridge up ahead with more stuff dangling from it, which is always a welcome sight, of course. But the other thing that you would notice is that there are a couple of people at ground level who are like watching as you guys pass, and there haven't been people at ground level except by the town. And as you are approaching, you can see that they give like a go on ahead sort of motion with their hands.
Yeah, not gonna argue with that. I'm looking up for the power ups.
Indeed. And besides the usual that you're at this point now well familiar with, there's glug 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 glug. There's two more interesting ones. One of which, again, in this case, being a lit torch, and the other one that seems to be of some interest, although it's admittedly kind of twisted, is a live cat on a rope that is very unhappy to be there.
I think Pigeon will attempt to snag the cat.
Yes, certainly. And as he kind of leaps up and gets the cat, he gets a face full of claw for his.
Of course.
He has his Spangen helm on, though, at the very least. So it's
That's
like.
true, he does currently.
Yeah, it's only half a face of claw in that case.
Yeah. But yeah, no, like his goal is mostly like get the cat, put the cat down.
Yeah, and the cat immediately like
Torch.
on your like jumps off the carriage and like hits the ground and just goes sprinting off into the town. And as the torch and wine is grabbed by Yosel, you guys would hear a dull thunk against the back of the carriage. You can see that a small like protrusion has been is visible on this side, like a spear point or an arrowhead.
Pigeon can see in the smoke, so he's gonna go investigate.
Yeah, and as he goes over to investigate, he sees that there is an arrow embedded in the back that has a message around it.
Okay. He'll grab the message, read it.
And as he does so, the message is simple. Name your price to ditch him.
Tosses the message off to the side. Whatever.
And as he does so, what would he do from here? Would he like turn back towards Yosel or position himself elsewhere on the carriage?
He's gonna look and see if he can spot where the arrow came from.
Certainly. And as he does so, it is thanks to his ability to see through the smoke screen that he sees the next arrow going towards him. He has like split second to react.
Duck.
And so in this case, Yosel would see Pigeon kind of trot up, pick a thing, read it, toss it, turn to look, and then like hit the deck. Because of this, Yosel would have even less time to react than Pigeon would.
Yeah, probably not much time to react here at all. So probably just what and eat it.
And in this case, the arrow as it comes absolutely sizzling through the air would not hit Yosel. It would hit Bodemont.
Oh no!
And it would absolutely nail him through the back. It would get him like transfix him through a lung. It looks like absolutely vicious shot.
Shit.
That's not good.
Bodemont freezes for a second, and the horses kind of like start to come to a bit of a stop because he should be turning, and right now they're kind of starting to move towards a house. He thumps his hand against the ground. You hear him cough up blood, and he kind of waves his hand, trying to get your attention.
Yeah.
Pigeon's
Running over to him.
rushing forward.
He's slapping his side.
What you got some stim patches over here? What do you got?
And like reaching in, you would hear a clatter inside of glass.
Huh? What's this?
And taking it out, you can see that there's a tiny vial of liquid.
I don't know if now's the time for shots, but here, buddy.
And he tremblingly takes it. He gestures to the arrow and kind of like grabs the head and like kind of does like this.
Yeah, Pigeon will grab the arrow from both ends. Well, actually, is it like it's all the way through, right?
Yeah, all the way through.
Yeah, he's gonna grab both ends. He's gonna he's gonna pull it a little bit through him. This is not gonna be pleasant, so that he can safely snap.
Yep.
The arrowhead off, and then pull it out from the other end.
And as he does so, Baudemont kind of slumps forward, trying to put it to his mouth, but he is literally too weak to drink.
I got you. There you go.
He just kind of like leans to the side.
And then while that's happening, Pigeon's gonna grab the reins and start trying to help steer the horses.
And as you are steering the horses, you hear the thunder of hooves and the clatter of wheels. As guess who passes you? The Akids.
These mother.
And Baudemont is gasping, and he says, "Witch's blood. I only have the one."
Well, don't get hit again.
Yeah.
I didn't think they needed to kill. I thought they needed me alive. Were they aiming for you?
No, I don't think they were.
Let's get this thing moving.
Although maybe.
Well.
And
yeah.
As
you're the expert here.
Just you can go first. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment.
All right, Yosel, here, you take the reins and give me that other energy drink that you got earlier.
Oh yeah, here.
Actually, you
like
know
riding
what?
a motorcycle.
Can I describe what the energy drink does?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'm realizing I think the timing on that's probably not. Yeah, no, actually, yeah, I'm gonna go with this. Go for it. Describe please what your energy
drink is a highly caffeinated beverage drinkable 5x per mission. So those were the 5 cans that Clara had.
Mm-hmm.
Negates all stamina exhaustion and grants a substantial speed boost for a low duration. Afterwards, user stamina exhaustion is intensified for a mid duration unless they drink again.
Excellent.
Yeah. So here's my plan.
Yeah.
Once Yosel has command of the horses and Pigeon has both energy drinks, he is once again gonna jump forward onto the back of one of the horses.
Yeah.
And he's gonna lean forward and he's gonna feed each of the horses one of the energy drinks.
Oh shit!
And as he does so, the horses, initially thinking it's water, like lap it up a little bit. You see they kind of like turn up a little at it, but you can coax them too. And the horses are moving quite slowly as this is happening. They're distracted, and you're getting liquid down their throats. Yosel, as this is happening, Baudemont is kind of recovering himself and gasping and kind of like feeling at the hole in his clothing where the arrow protruded from.
Listen, you're gonna be all right, buddy. We're gonna take care of this for you. And readying my Morning Star, seeing the horses drinking energy drinks, I'm hoping we're gonna get a chance to make an attack on the opposing chariot.
Yep.
So starting to swing the Morning Star.
And I don't know if I described what flavor the energy drinks Clara has are, but they're grape.
Nice. And as Pigeon finally gets the horses to drink a bit of the energy drinks, he would feel them kind of move and jostle a little bit, and then Bodemont takes the reins and says, "Come on, back then, Pigeon the Fool. Back for a moment, that we may ride."
Pigeon will pop back, hop his way back onto the cart.
"All right, my beauties, that is away." And he cracks the reins, and all of you would feel yourself pushed backwards into the seats as the horses go shooting forwards.
I imagine there's even a little bit of like a creaking noise from the
carriage, not used to going this fast. And as you go racing forwards, immediately after they start going, you can hear Bodemont like, "What on earth is happening?" As he goes, like, barely holding on to the reins as you guys are shooting along the straightaway, rapidly catching up with the Akids.
Beautiful.
As you are swinging, of course, like, you getting thrown backwards would slightly interrupt, but you can keep, like, charging up. The mace is crashing indiscriminately into the surroundings. And where are you going to aim?
Man, Yosel's the dick. He would go for the horse's legs.
In that case, as you're kind of coming up next to them, trying to, like, swing around and get around, like, one of the horse's legs, or just trying to, like, crash into them with the mace head?
Mainly, crashing into the side of them with the mace head. So, whatever it hits, but mainly going low. So hitting wheel, hitting legs, that sort of thing.
Nice. And as Yosel is doing so, Pigeon, you would see that as you're rushing up next to the Akid, the Akid carriage, the retainers on board, 2 retainers, are ready for you. One of them has an incredibly long, like, trident-style lance, that they are bringing to bear and are clearly training on your horses. And you can see that the other one, who's the one who previously had the firearm, now has out, like, a cutlass of some kind, and is moving onto, like, the edge of the carriage with a foot up on its wall as though he intends to leap to yours.
So I want to. Neither of them are the guy who had the rapier, right? He was on Todier's team.
Yes, he was on Todier's team.
So I wanna try something here that is definitely a very skew bit of energy work here on Friend in Need.
Oh, interesting.
So the only gift that Pigeon has gotten this mission is the aforementioned boot.
That's true.
It certainly wasn't out of gratitude.
That's very true.
But so the let's see. The transformation pitch that I want to make is I'm going to anchor it in the fact that it wasn't really a gift of gratitude, but rather one of insult and challenge. And I think I'm going to keep the transformation pretty mundane. In fact, I think it doesn't transform. I think Pigeon just throws the boot at them. But I want it to have... I want them to be compelled to not be strategic, but simply be, like, just so thoroughly enraged at Pigeon that he becomes their target.
The boot of taunt.
Yes.
And as I actually, that's a pretty cool Friend in Need. What is going to be your paired action for doing so? Normally, I wouldn't ask one, given that it requires the gift to have been given earlier. But in this case, given that you're going for kind of a shift of it, what would he do or say, and where would he be positioning himself?
So I think he's going to sort of let the momentum of, like, we're moving so fast, the air is pushing us back, to sort of slide up and back into the cart a little bit. He scoops up the boot, and he tosses it, and it doesn't go anywhere, right?
Yeah.
But just the act of tossing it is the point. And as he tosses it, he's going to say, what's he going to say?
If you need a moment to think, I can give you another moment to think.
Yes, please.
Sure. Because in this case, As Pigeon is throwing the boot, Yosel, you are obviously charging up for this big attack against the horses. Are you going to do so when you guys are neck and neck and you have a ton of chain, or do you want to try to do so when you're like a little ways behind and like get the head to connect with the horse?
Probably more neck and neck, and yeah, just trying to maximize being able to sweep underneath them and
Yep.
take out legs.
Absolutely. And in that case, as you are doing so, Pigeon being up and throwing this boot would be one thing. I mean, Yosel would not know what it is doing. That said, you do also have these two deadly retainers like bearing down, maybe bearing down on you. You don't know where they're aiming yet. How would Yosel be like? Is he going to just be completely devoted to just charging up his swing, or how would he be trying to like brace or prepare himself to deal with these attacks?
I think it's reasonable to activate my sumptuary furs once again, expending some more wealth for some better quality armor.
Yeah.
Something that, yeah, I don't know, chainmail or something suitable for repelling the type of weapons that they have. And trying to protect our dude since we know he doesn't have any more lives left.
Yeah. And so like you're taking a stance in front of him.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in this case, Pigeon, what do you got for me?
I earned this insult, but you deserve it more.
That's great. And as Friend in Need, a very unconventional iteration of it, activates, you can see that immediately the two retainers, enraged, turn towards you. The woman with the long trident takes a jab towards Pigeon's face as the man with the cutlass leaps like over the her attack, so to speak, to like land in the carriage right on top of Pigeon. What does he want to do?
Pigeon is going to duck, turn, and he's going to sprint for the end of the cart.
Yep, easily done. It's
And
like
he's going to
less than 2 paces away.
Yeah. But as much speed as he can get in that time, he's going to leap off the back of the cart as hard as he can, twist in midair, turn it into a backflip, such that he's trying to time it so that his hands and arms will hit the ground first, that he can then turn that into a somersault because he's still going to have more forward momentum than back momentum.
Aha. Okay, I see what you're going for. Yeah. Quite an elegant maneuver. And as he is kind of leaping backwards off in this way, he is hitting the ground at pretty good amount of speed. And because of this, though he has +1 to reflex, that amount of speed is pretty unforgiving. And because of this, while he does land and he comes into a somersault, he twists his ankle on the landing. But that said, he would also see that at least one retainer has leapt off after him. The one with the cutlass is just chasing him off. As Pigeon is coming out of his somersault, it is his right ankle, and it is extremely tender. Fresh sprain. What do you want to do?
Let me see. I have 2 smoke bombs left. He's going to drop a smoke bomb.
Yep.
And I think he's just going to drop to the ground inside it.
You would see through your smoke the man with the cutlass hurrying towards, saying, "Come out then, coward! Contend with me like a man." As he is hitting the deck, however, back over to Yosel. Pigeon has pulled away the aggro and given you the opportunity for one big swing.
Sweet.
And as you do so, both of the sets, the two horses, their legs are all caught in the chains, and they go tumbling with the carriage crashing into them behind. That's a brutal injury for a horse.
Yep, that's a career-ending injury.
Yeah, you would hear Malin
potentially a life ending.
Yeah, you would hear Malin shriek, maybe in anger, maybe in fear, and you would hear her other retainer yell something to her. But that doesn't matter because you and your employer Baudemont are whipping forwards and hitting the final turn that leads to the exit of the town, out back onto that big cliffside track that started the race. As you land this wound, and the one other thing that I should note is, given all of the chain and all of the weight involved, your Morningstar would almost certainly be ripped out of your hands. Like,
Yeah,
you aren't
that's
retracting it.
Yeah.
But Bodamont would give a scream of victory. Yes! Yes! Beautifully done! Beautiful! And he would clap you on the back.
Yeah, that was pretty good. And then seeing any onlookers, just try to get them going, like Bodemont, Bodemont,
Do
Bodemont.
you want to
Oh,
grab
damn
another?
on.
Do you want to grab another wine as you're going under the
Yeah.
gate leading out of the city?
Give one to Bodemont. Get another one.
You read my mind.
Bodemont.
He quaffs down the wine as you guys go sprinting out onto the outer ring of the trek, and lap 2 officially begins. But before we go further with that, or Pigeon, let's jump back over to Clara. Up onto the safety of the roofs. You are bleeding profusely from your shoulder. However, the knife still being in there is a bit of a blessing in disguise, because if you pulled it out, you'd be bleeding way more. What does Clara want to do from here?
She is going to try and find a doctor.
Okay, now, given that this is a Renaissance era society, and there's probably magic involved, and I don't know how much magic she has ever interacted with, how is she going to look?
Well, she is probably going to look for like the traditional like apothecary cross sign or like the medical staff sign or anything familiar to that.
Yep, absolutely. And like running through, is she like going roof to roof still, just on like looking around?
Yeah.
Yep. And as she does so, for like searching for like 2 minutes, nothing that looks even close. And the reason I say 2 minutes is because her shoulder would start throbbing at this point, like hurting so badly it would be slowing her speed.
Yeah, that is totally fine. Fuck my line. Fuck.
What would she do? Is she taking a seat? Is she on her feet still? Is she like collapsing against the? She's not death's door, but she is in severe pain and is losing blood.
Yeah, she drops down and she is basically trying to find a way to fight through the pain at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. What is her will stat?
She has baseline will.
Defiance still possible, but it will not kick all of it.
Yeah. She is basically just thinking back to like one of her championship games where basically she was just being attacked relentlessly. But each time she got hit, she was coming back. Even as she basically had to drag herself to the goal line, she knew she had to keep going for the team, for the fans, for herself.
Yeah. And as the defiance sets in, the pain is still there. It's throbbing. It's awful. It's agony. But you can get back on your feet, if nothing else, for the moment.
Yeah. Yeah. She gets back on her feet. She continues looking.
Now, given that she has seen no sign at all, would she change her tactic? Where would she be looking? Would she try to ask somebody? What would she try to do?
Yeah, at this point, she's gonna call out for like help.
And after a moment, one of the high windows, like the top floor windows of the building near her, would like slide open, and you can see a young woman sticks her head out. She says, "Hello? Oh my goodness!"
Some brigand attacked me. I don't know how much longer I've got.
And she says, "Are you part of the race?"
Yeah, I'm part of the race.
And she nods, and you can see her look at your jersey just for a moment before she says, "Come with me."
Yeah, she nods, and she just books it.
The woman helps you inside. You can see her like cringing slightly as you bleed all over the floor. But she
and she's like,
downstairs.
"I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry."
Of course, I understand. Quick. And she brings you down. She's speaking to people in the house, and you have like a little gaggle of concerned onlookers. She comes out onto the streets, looking carefully to see if there are any carriages shooting past. She calls out, and a voice calls back, "They passed!" And she goes, "Right!" and goes hurrying across. You see that she's bringing you towards the market square, which isn't terribly far from where you are right now. And as she does so, she says, "What happened? Who hit you?"
Oh, it was Mowgli. I was trying to be generous to him, but he backstabbed me.
Ah, yes. Famously, running someone over with a cart. Generosity.
And as you are saying this, she says, "Well, perhaps the church can help you, if anyone can."
Yes.
And she rushes you through the town square, where you can see that the burning ox has finally been, like, it's pretty much dead at this point, the poor thing, but it's been
definitely
contended with, and the rest of the oxen have been corralled, but you are the partitions would open, and she's like yelling out, respond to questions. There's just like a blur of sound around Clara because her head's getting hazy from loss of blood.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
But eventually, she's brought by like a couple of hands, like more than just this woman, who would bring her up this like a set of steps, and then she hears other voices, and then finally she feels kind of a cool relief in her shoulder, and then like a sickening sliding sensation as the knife is withdrawn. And I think Clara would almost certainly cry out. Like, I don't know if she has it in her.
Yeah, I'm not going to sound it out because I have been pretty much speaking all day. But yeah, this is not pretty for her.
And that said, after another kind of like hazy, thudding, feverish moment, like couple of moments, her vision would start to clear up a little bit, and she would see a bunch of concerned faces around her, including a few in religious habiliments.
Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Of course, says one of the clergymen. You are clearly of good intention. You're clearly doing your job. There's no reason why you need die this day.
Yes, I am forever grateful for the kindness you've given me today.
And as you are saying this, you would feel that even though you are like no longer bleeding, you're no longer in as much pain, your left arm is very stiff and unresponsive. And also, you are tired. Normally, the free runner is able to ignore yellow stamina symptoms, but you're in upper red at this point because of the sheer effort spent in staying on your feet while being bleeding like this.
Yeah, and that's fine. Basically at this point, she's just all, fuck. I need a moment. She just finds like the nearest. I'm guessing this is like your traditional church with pews and whatnot.
Yes, though in this case, she isn't in like the main chapel area. She's actually in like a small sick room that does have cots in it.
Okay, she's just going to stagger herself off to the nearest cot and just lie down, and
yep,
she's just all just breathing heavily, and
as she is breathing heavily after a couple of moments of this, a few of the concerned people who brought her actually like leave wine and bread and cheeses by her bed, but she hears outside carriage wheels and the distant sound of hooves.
She is not in a position to react. She needs to recollect herself right now. So,
and as Clara hears this through the open window of her sickbed, Pigeon.
Yes.
Low in the smoke, the man with the cutlass is kind of like batting his way in through the smoke a little bit. His guard is heavily up, and he continues to shout out, "Face me then! Face me!"
So I envision that Pigeon is sort of like on all fours. His bad ankle, he's very much like on his shin or his knee more than his foot, but the other one is more sort of like pulled up and his foot's planted. He's going to reach into one of his pockets and he's going to pull out something that he keeps around for as toys to give out to children. In this case, some jacks. And he's just going to scatter them in front of the guy, take a roll to the side, and wait for the man to step on
Does
one.
he have a satchel or something that he pulls that from?
So he has, as a common item, his assorted goodies. I get to pitch
Excellent.
producing a small object that would bring joy to a child, such as a piece of
Perfect.
candy or a small toy.
No, that's awesome. I love that. And in that case, yeah, scattering them out. And you
Yep.
can see that the man's feet shuffle as he goes in carefully. He hears the clatter. He's like, what? And then his foot
And Pigeon's
hovers,
got one of his knives drawn,
Yep.
waiting for the man to step on a jack.
and he does. Ow!
And then, boom, knife aiming straight for the guy's throat.
And as you flick out the knife, you would see that it cuts through the smoke and it nails him in the shoulder. You can see that it does stick, though it does not go like terrifically deep. And the man immediately like twitches with his cutlass and like knocks the knife out of his shoulder with the cutlass's blade, kind of like flicking it out. Ah! And then he immediately takes like a couple of like wild fencing lunges. He's clearly a very proficient swordsman. He just has no visible target, but he's getting closer to you through the smoke.
As a follow up, sorry, I said that weird. As a follow up, Pigeon will, especially like as he's like distracted by being hit by a knife, Pigeon could full body tackle his lower, like center, like right at his hips.
Yep. In that case, you would catch him as he is starting to like lunge forwards into the smoke, and as you kind of slam into him, you would bring him down onto his butt with you like grabbing him around the midsection.
Yep. And the next thing would be to sort of scrabble up and try to whack his sword arm to either knock the sword out of it or just trap his arm down on the ground,
And
putting a whole lot of his weight on that arm.
And as Pigeon does so, like popping up to get to the point where he can actually go for the sword, he would actually feel a great clang as his Spangenhelm protects him from getting just completely cut across the head by this. Bling! It's still like it would daze him from the sheer impact of the stroke, but not so long that he couldn't then like pin the arm. Though that said, he's putting like all of his weight, or like a lot of his weight on that one arm, right?
Yep.
The man's other hand would like reach up to Pigeon's neck and try to like get around his throat, just to like pull him off.
So left arm, like left arm, sort of pinning guy's sword arm, being choked.
Yep. Although it's less of a choke and more of like trying to just pry you off.
Just a push. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Pigeon's got. Let me see. I think Pigeon's still got 2 or 3 knives left. I've lost track.
You have. I've counted. You've spent 3, and I believe you have 5 total.
Yes, 5 total. So 2 left.
Yep. Let's go with that.
You know, Pigeon doesn't really want to kill this guy. His rage is kind of supernaturally caused by Pigeon's own actions. So he's still gonna go for the knife. But he's gonna aim for the guy's left shoulder. Just try to bury it into the guy's shoulder, the arm that's now like pushing at him.
Yep. And as you stab it in, the man roars. And as he does so, he tries to like bring up his legs to try to like get his legs around your waist and like pry you off of him with his legs, but he does pull his hand away from your throat.
Cool. You know what? Let's no. So he's trying to pull his legs are trying to pull Pigeon away, down, backwards. Right? Okay. Yep. You know what? Let's let him. Pigeon's going to grab the guy's shirt.
Yeah.
And let that energy just pull the both of them, and he's going to try and like toss the guy.
That's a very neat move, and with double skill, I could totally allow it. You would
and a might.
Oh yeah, and a might too. You would fling him over your head, and you would hear him land in a heap on the road.
Yeah, Pigeon's gonna hop up to his feet and just sort of test out his ankle and keeping one eye on the guy.
He can
but
put
he's
weight
still
on
standing
it, but
in
only
smoke.
at a walk.
Okay.
I mean, like, you know, if it was life or death, he could run. It would just be like agony.
Yeah.
Right?
In that case, he's gonna stay inside the smoke. He's gonna draw the judge.
Yep. The smoke is slowly starting to clear, Though that said, as you do so, the swordsman has rolled over onto his back, seated himself up, and he's like bringing his hand up to clutch the knife in his arm, and he does pull it out.
Did he keep hold of his sword during all of that, or has he lost that?
He did actually keep hold of his sword.
Okay.
Though that said, it's
Good
currently
swordsman.
it's currently on the ground, because he's
Yeah.
bracing himself with that hand as he pulls out the knife. Since your smoke bomb is starting to dissipate, he clearly has like some idea of where you are,
Mhm.
but it's probably not a very good one.
Cool. You know what? I think Pigeon is going to walk forward. And he's going to go for sort of a golf swing with the judge.
And as you are coming forwards, the man would, like still on the ground, like, please, I surrender. I surrender, please.
Okay, sounds good. In which case, does Pigeon believe him though? You know what? With one spirit, does Pigeon believe him?
Oh, he has a spirit. The man is still boiling with rage. And let me think about this. Pigeon would feel that he is trying to suppress his rage. For what aim, whether it's a genuine surrender or not, he is not able to tell.
Pigeon will stop and call out, "Toss me your sword, and I will accept your surrender."
The man looks to his sword, tosses it in his hand and catches it by the dull side, slides it across the flagstones, and he says, "There you are." And he offers out a hand as though asking to be helped to his feet.
Pigeon will scoop up the sword and turn and start walking. He's going to start walking a little bit at an angle, and then he's going to just toss the sword down like over towards the wall.
Yep.
And then he's going to start walking down towards the start / finish line of the race. Gently, tenderly.
Yes, indeed. As he does so, he would notice something. Up ahead, he can see a familiar flash of light blue as Malin Akid is rounding the bend up ahead. She is on another horse and is riding it rather than riding in a carriage, with a retainer at her side, the one with the long trident on one as well. Her own horses are in a broken boned heap nearby, still like crying out in pain as the carriage has partially crushed them.
Pigeon looks at after the horses, or Malin and her, right? And, well, I'm not catching them.
And as he's saying that to himself, he would actually hear hooves and carriage wheels behind him as well.
Oh, okay. I think Pigeon's priority here is actually he's going to go and put the horses out of their misery.
Yeah.
I think that's who he is as a character.
Using what?
I think his remaining knife.
Yeah, final knife. The horses are too injured to protest, and he can cut their throats or however he would see to do so. And as he does so, he hears a scream and then another kind of awful thud as Moglace's carriage races past him, and he can see that the swordsman is now in a heap in the middle of the road, having been run over.
Oh dear.
As Moglace goes barreling past Pigeon at his top speed, what would Pigeon do from here?
Would he do from here? I think he just watches him go.
Yeah. And as he does so, jumping back to Yosel. Racing around the outer wall on your second lap, you can see people are up on the walls or like cheering and like like in some cases chanting along with Yosel and calling out. But soon you come into sight of the main town gate again. And not only do you see that there's the usual dangling whatnots, but you can see that there's a few people like actually on the ground near the entrance. You can see in particular a rather beautiful young woman is holding up wine and screaming out, "I love to see it! I love to see it! Baudemont, you're a hero to us!"
Baudemont.
You can see, looks quite pleased by this and reaches out to grab one of the wine flagons she's holding.
Trying to think of how he would word this. But there's something about being wary of the kindness of a beautiful woman that Yosel would certainly be familiar with, being sort of a rich party boy. He's had no shortage of like gold digger sycophantic type women trying to latch themselves onto his billions, and so would probably like slap it away after he grabs it, like, not that one.
Why? And why not?
Too pretty.
He considers for a second and says, "I will not argue with you."
All right, there'll be more.
And as you guys go racing into the city for the second time, you would be greeted this time by something far more directly problematic. That being, you can see a woman in heavy armor with a shield in hand standing in the middle of the road about midway down the straightaway.
What is that about?
And as you say that aloud, Baudemont would say, "That is a Mowgli's retainer. She's very experienced, and I don't know much about her."
Man, I think we could just run it down.
"I do not see much other way, but she's not moving at all." He says, "I think she expects it."
How much time we got?
As you're bearing down on her, you have like 7 seconds.
Shit. Let's do this. Probably tell him like, all right, rein back. I'm gonna hop off. Deal with this.
He says, "All right," and he brings his horses to a halt. You hear people from up in the crowds are like still kind of yelling. A few of them that you hit with Alfur the first time around. You can still see some of like the remnant fights that were caused by that. But as you pause, you hear people kind of like, "Ooh, shh," as people are trying to like quiet each other down to hear what's going on. And the retainer, like planting her shield, it's pretty, again, big kite shield type thing in the ground, says to you, "You've stopped. Very good. Perhaps then we can settle this properly."
Yeah. Listen, who wants to make some money?
And you would hear a roar of approval from the surrounding stands. The woman with the shield goes from kind of like this expression to this expression.
And then take out a handful of coins from my war chest and be like, plenty more where this came from.
And
toss it out to the crowd.
As you're tossing it out, you see that people are starting to scramble down, like out onto the street to grab for coins.
Get her out of the way! Baudemont's paying!
And as you say this aloud, Baudemont would say to you, "Am I actually?"
I'll take care of something.
And are you going to be
handful.
dispensing more coins? You have a pretty heavy war chest at this point.
Oh yeah, we still got another lap to go. Plenty more destruction to cause.
And as you do so, as people are grabbing up coins, you see a bunch of them in like kind of like a jocular sort of mood are approaching, saying, "Come now, make way, make way." She says, "Back, all of you back." And
Get her out of here, or the money stops.
And as you do so, "Out of the way, ma'am, out of the." She says, "No, you. What do you think you are? Who do you think? Get. Oh, we can pay as well." "I don't see money then," as they're calling out, and she would say, "I will start swinging." And as she does so, one of them says, "I dare you." And you can see that she pauses. Because as you know, while there are no rules, not pissing off the townspeople too much is the only unofficial rule.
All right. Man, it sounds like as good a time as any if I may start another uproar.
Yep, absolutely.
And just, man, is there something to smash nearby that isn't my own cart?
No. Not that you haven't either already smashed or has lots of people in the way.
Damn.
I mean, again,
Well,
there's buildings, but all the easy targets were either taken out by you your first time around, or were like incidentally damaged during the chaos left by your first uproar.
well then my flagrant lawless behavior will be punching the woman. Ah!
And as you go over,
Fuck you, bitch! Get out of my way!
And she responds with a similar punch that completely lays Yosel out. It is thanks purely to the armor that he conjured earlier that she doesn't crack a rib on him.
Oh man.
However, that said, you hear people kind of like laugh and jeer, and people start to like shove her out of the way, and you can hear Bodemon saying, "Excuse me, pardon me, coming through. Yes, money, very good. Let me through, please." And as he's coming through, he would call down to Yosel on the ground. "I'd offer you a land, but I don't know how much opportunity I have."
Just keep going, and so offer. Its influence can be resisted, but those who willingly join are more likely to follow the user's orders.
Indeed.
Jump that bitch!
And people start trying to grab her and just like pulling her out of the way, jeering and laughing. And you can see that she's like trying to like pull people off, but is not swinging at them. She's not taking like pot shots at anyone besides the one she took at you. And she roars at you, "Coward! Blackheart! Useless creature!"
Let's go! And try to hop onto the back of the cart.
Yep, you get the back of the carriage in the same way that Pigeon did earlier. As you break the Alpha crowd, fly in the bird, and go roaring down to the far turn and round the bend into the market square again. The burning ox is dead. However, as you round the corner, there's a different burning that you have to contend with. A thunking noise. And immediately you would see a flaming arrow has landed in the backmost seat of the carriage and is starting to catch.
There any half-drunk wine flagons nearby? He's
And,
put out fires like that before.
Yeah, as long as you don't let the fumes catch, you're good. And just like dousing, yeah, you're good. You've doused it. However, as soon as you douse that one, a second one hits on the backmost wall of the carriage this time.
God, shit. And throw the empty bottle out as if I'm going to hit somebody.
Yeah.
2 luck. Maybe I will. I don't know. And then, go to put out the other one. Probably with my jacket. God damn it. Nice leather. It has environmental protection.
Yes, it does. And this time, after you put out this next one, the third arrow almost catches Yosel, and it's not flaming. This one whacks into the wall of the carriage and only misses him because he had ducked to put out the fire.
Shit. Anything nearby? We're passing through the market. Oh man, what happened to that torch? That's probably long gone.
And looking around in the cart, the torch is still around, though it is unlit. It had like unlit itself naturally, but it still has its swaddling. It still is like a proper torch.
Of
note, by the way, I think you probably intuit this, but the energy boost has worn off at this point.
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, and now, do I see an attacker at all? Just like trying to
scanning the crowd. Like, where's he
Yeah.
looking? Is he looking to roofs? Is he looking to windows? Looking to the crowd in the town, in the market square?
Yeah.
Where?
He would probably be thinking sniper, so he would be thinking rooftops or windows.
Yep, absolutely. And in that case, he would actually see an open window with a glint of metal in it.
All right. I don't know that there's much I can do about this. Really, I think I'm worried about protecting the client. Got to get paid. So just trying to make sure I am between, like, arrows and the client, and having my hands up like a boxer stance, like I'm gonna deflect it somehow. I have some light armor, but nothing too crazy.
And it's a good
I guess
thing...
I could buy more. Could I upgrade my armor?
That's true. You can buy more. Do you wish to? You spent a lot of your
Yeah.
war chest, but you do still have some left. So where do you want to put this?
Let's see. I had chainmail.
Yep, you have like a
Or-
chainmail hauberk is how I interpret
Yeah.
it. And then
So
you
I'd
have
imagine,
the
yeah,
letters.
probably gauntlets or something, just to help like deflect.
Oh god, that's so clutch. Because the next arrow like slams into your arm and clanks off your armor. Ping!
Oh shit!
It's a good
Glad
thing
I paid for that.
you're between yourself and the employer as he gets through the market square and goes tearing off down the next straightaway. And
I
as
think we're in the clear.
Bodemon says, "In the clear of what?" He didn't notice any of the arrows.
Just stay low. Keep going as fast as you can.
I'm trying. I need to steal the horses. And
Any other arrows coming?
picking up over, no more arrows come as you leave the market square. Though that said, given where the arrows were coming from, when you like loop around to the next zig, they will just be able to probably get another overwatch position and shoot at you as you're going down that direction as well. That said, as you're going roaring off in this direction, getting to the next bend, this is the place where you initially lost Moglace earlier, and his cart isn't there anymore. So here, clearly he got it moving again.
So I see Clara, right? I'm looking for teammates. Like, man, where did my partners go?
And looking around, while you don't see Clara, you do see blood on the rooftops nearby.
Huh.
It's like enough that you can see it from the ground, and the bright colors of the shingles allow it to contrast sharply in the sun.
That's the garden hit. It can't be good. He would honestly probably assume she is dead or dying.
And speaking of which, Clara, some time has passed.
Mm-hmm.
Minutes
Oh,
passed.
how's my stamina feeling?
Stamina is teetering on the verge of red to yellow.
Okay. It is something we can work with. We still have 3 energy drinks if need be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's probably had herself some bread and cheese. No wine, though, because she cannot be performing while drunk.
Mm-hmm.
Says you.
But yeah, after she gets her meal in, something hits her mind. Mission. Gotta finish the race. Gotta finish the race. And she slowly starts getting up and starts walking out because she needs to get back into the groove.
Yep. One of the clergy hurries up and says, "But you're hurt. You must stay."
Sometimes, she says, as she looks to the clergyman, you gotta play through the pain and you gotta pray through the pain. I'll be fine.
And as she says this, she hears a little ragged cheer as a few of the people who brought her here kind of applaud her coming out. "There we go! Get back into it! Get back! Baldemont's carriage has just come past!"
Yeah, this gives her the vigor as she opens up her energy drink can and she just starts chugging it.
And the energy surges through her body.
Yes, and she will toss it to the crowd. Basically, free souvenir for anyone who wants it.
Yep. And as you throw it out and someone catches it, marveling at the strange metal container, would she go blazing out of the church?
Yes.
Aluminum was incredibly valuable back in the day.
Yes, indeed. And as she goes rushing out, she would actually hear the sounds of the carriage. It's not currently in sight because the church is like not directly connected to the market square. It's down a side street. But she can hear the carriage going like along the straightaway, and it's going to loop around and come back. So in this case, if she goes to her right, she'll be able to intercept.
Yeah, that's what she's going to do.
And as she kind of makes her way back out, is she going to try to get altitude again, or is she going to stay at street level?
Yeah, yes, altitude with the grapple gun.
Yep. And zipping up onto another roof. She would see, as she gets onto the roof, two things. One, she can see that up ahead, Beaudemont's carriage is just coming around the corner towards the straightaway that she's at the far end of. Second of all, she can see the townsfolk that she conscripted earlier are just around the corner from Beaudemont's carriage, and they have erected wooden barricades that they are like, they don't have them all in place. They have like most of them in place and a few open that they can like rapidly close. But she would also see a familiar man in a feathered hat speaking to those townsfolk, gesturing his hands as he is clearly like talking to them in a theatrical manner.
Yeah, she's going to start rushing her way on over and try and see if she can't hear them from her vantage point.
Yeah, from the rooftops. And as she's flanking along the house alongside, you would hear the man in the feathered hats. You would hear his voice as he would say, "Triple it at the very least, and more besides. You would do well to consider from whom your largesse comes, and how it may reflect on your family going forwards."
Yeah. All right. As she's hearing that, she's got an idea.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Hang Time and Tag Your It are going to be off cooldown now, right?
Oh yes, she has them all.
Okay. Yeah. So first off, she's going to activate Hang Time.
Yep.
And she directs her attention to the feathered man, and she's all, "Hey, genius! Check this out," she says, and she just starts running.
Yep.
Once she gets up to speed, does her leap, lands right in front of him.
Yep.
And
as she is like leaping towards him, you can see that he is going for something, and as he pulls out not a weapon, but like a scroll that he leaves closed. And as you land in front of him, he says, "I am an ambassador and am not to be assailed."
That's okay. I have no means of harming you. I just want you to have some fun," she says, and this is where she just gives him a nice little tap, activating Tag Your It.
And you would hear him say, "Not this again."
And she just laughs and just starts running off, and she's all, "Catch me if you can."
What direction will she run? Towards Beaudemont's carriage or up along the race ahead of him?
Basically towards Beaudemont's carriage.
Yep. And in that case, as she goes running out around the corner...
I also want to point out at this point,
Mm-hmm.
she just takes the other money and just tosses it to the people as she starts her chase, because she doesn't know if she's going to be seeing them again, so she might as well keep her end of the bargain.
One of them says, "Thank you very much, generous patron." And as you go racing around the corner, Yosel would, at this point, halfway along the straightaway, at full tilt, suddenly see Clara book it around the corner up ahead, running towards him and Beaudemont, with a man in a feathered cap rushing after her, looking incredibly frustrated and very out of breath.
Is he desperately trying to hand her the scroll?
He's like running after her with like a scroll like waving out in front of him.
Probably, "Holy shit, it's Pummelburger, you're alive."
You can't keep me out of the game that quickly. She she cheerfully yells as she just continues running.
Is she going to pass them on the carriage?
Yes,
Get
she
on
is
up
going
here.
to pass him
Oh.
because she does not know what he has planned, but she wants to make sure that he cannot do anything.
And as he is doing so, for a moment, Clara can see him fighting the tag as he tries to bring himself to a halt and turn his eyes towards Baudemont and start to say, "I have a negotiation to entreat to you, Baudemont." What does Clara want to do, especially to reinforce the tag?
He says, "Come on, you can reinforce him later,
And
but right now." We've got a game to play, and you are losing big time. And I don't think your honor will allow you to lose.
and you can see that he's midway through, and he goes, "I will discuss this with you later," as he goes rushing past the carriage and goes racing after Clara. And he says, "Why, you so fast?"
I was born with it, buddy.
"You're quicker than an horse."
So,
And he literally collapses in the road. He drops his scroll and just kind of pants on the ground, heaving.
yeah, she's gonna rush over and take the scroll, and yeah, she's not falling for this again, and she just runs right away from him. She is not falling for that trick again.
And as, in this case, Yosel and Baudemont round the corner again, they're forced to come to a slowdown to get through the barricade. But as you see, the guys with the barricade go like, "Oh, it's him." And they would, like, move the barricade pieces. "Of course, Lord Cloet to be. Through you go, through you go."
Good work, fellas.
And they give little salutes, and a few of them jingle coins. And as
Yeah,
they...
I want Clara to run back to the barricade.
Oh, nice. Like,
Money
completely
talks.
juking around the man with the feather.
Yeah.
Easily done. He's so tired
Yeah.
at this point. He's not a runner. And as she kind of jogs up to the barricade, you see that one of them says, "We'll hold this and ensure it stops up anyone coming through."
Yeah. Sound plan. Oh, here. And she probably only needs one more can at this point, so she offers one of her energy drinks to the kind souls. She's all, I don't know what y'all are going to make of this. It's not wine, but it has a similar taste. It'll make you go fast.
Well, quite a gift. Thank you, mysterious patroness. Thank you.
No, thank you, she says with a smile as she just books it at this point to Yep. Just following the race course.
Enjoy your victory. May it be sweet as fresh wine.
Thank you. She lets out as she runs away.
Yep. And in this case, as they are rounding the corner, let's jump back to Pigeon, because we're going to catch him up a bunch. As Pigeon just kind of watches Akid and her retainer ride out of sight, what would he do from here? I'm guessing like a moment of consideration and pause.
He also, it wasn't just that Akid, it was also,
Oh yes, of course, Mowgli.
Taudir.
Would have run around as well. Yes,
went past.
Lord Mowgli.
Yeah. Pigeon is going to sort of think about it, and his ankles kind of hurt, and then he's going to start walking away from the finish line, back towards the turn.
Yep.
And pretty much the whole way, he's kind of like trying to gently stretch his ankle a little bit, get it a little stronger, get it to recover. And his intention is to not go much further than not even to the turn. And he's going to wait.
And as he is going back towards the turn, he would hear from kind of over his shoulder a voice call out, "And where do you think you are going?" It's a familiar voice that he recognized from the start of the race.
Well, I rather thought I was intending to post up and waylay the Malin Akid as she attempts to cross the finish line. Seems like that should be perfectly acceptable to you.
He says, "Perhaps. But what is less acceptable is who you are working for."
Is the voice getting? Cause Pigeon hasn't stopped walking because he's moving slowly enough that. Is the voice getting closer? Is the guy approaching him?
Not fast.
Okay. Why? You have something personally against the man?
And you see, wagers have been made, and my Lord Liege very much wishes to not come in last.
Well, if Malin comes in last, your liege will not.
This is true. This is very true. And yet, the Lady Akid has a benefit that we cannot best. Her great bowmaster. I would be surprised if your Lord Baudemont makes it around without an arrow through him.
That would be rather foolish of her, considering that she wants him to take the fall for her crimes.
You can see that he frowns, not having thought of that bargaining component, and says, "Well, yes, of course. Point being is that your life is at risk as well."
Why? Is her bowmaster somewhere nearby?
I would imagine so. We are close to the major turns, and if I know anything about that particular retainer, she knows how to take an overwatch.
Pigeon continues walking. He doesn't really have anything else to say on the topic at the moment.
And the man says, "Just pause yourself. Pause yourself. Let us speak as men of value, shall we? We are trying to earn our livings by our Lord's side. Perhaps we can provide you incentive to ensure that my lordship does not come at last."
As I said, if I ensure that Malin comes in last, your lord will come second. Or first, I suppose. That's still possible.
Well, yes, but so you do it. You're happy to assist.
It is my intention that Malin does not win.
But that is not what I am speaking. You will not work with me then.
Well, what are you proposing?
I will pay you, ensure that you're on side, and you will assist in ensuring that my lord comes in second. I do not believe you will make first.
You're proposing I betray my employer.
It does not have to be betrayal. He may win, and grant beneficence to him if he does.
I'm uninterested in your payment, but I am not opposed to your lord coming in second. And I'm happy to make sure it happens as long as my lord does not come in last.
As you are making your way up, you would to the turn, you would finally come into sight of the barricade, and you would hear the sound of a carriage rushing towards the barricade. The carriage would be
Pigeon
slow.
will probably stop there then.
The man with the rapier and socks, now that you know exactly who it is.
Yep.
He has a pistol out, but he's not aiming it at Pigeon. And you can see that he's looking at the corner anxiously to see what carriage rounds it. And sure enough, it's Baudemont, as well as Yosel in front of him. The barricade is lifted and they're allowed through. What would Pigeon like to do as Baudemont and Yosel come past?
I think I can accept your offer at this time. We will ensure your lord comes in second.
Very good, very good. Thank you. And would Pigeon get onto the carriage or stay on ground?
Nope, he's staying on the ground.
Yep. Yosel, actions you would like to take as Pigeon is going past, speaking with a man with a rapier and a gun and stockings on his feet that you remember from the beginning of the race.
Hey, it's Barefoot. And then seeing, like, is he gonna get it? No, I guess not.
And then, not long after, Pigeon would see Clara interacting with the men at the barricade, giving them an energy drink, and then zooming off at enormous speed. Would Clara say anything to Pigeon as she passes him?
Yeah, she just gives him a brief hi.
And as Clara goes racing off, and she would actually be able to catch up with the carriage. Does she wish to do so?
No. She is still going to stay on the ground.
Yep. And in that case, as she does so, Yosel, on this final straightaway, you can feel Bodemon like white knuckling again as he's getting closer and closer to the finish line. You pass by the ruined carriage and the now dead horses from earlier. You almost crush the like smushed body of the man who got rolled over by a carriage earlier. And up ahead, you can also see, as you are rounding a corner, a few final spectators up on the walls out here, waving and cheering as more people come rushing over to see what happens at the finish line up on the walls. Actions Yosel would like to take as you guys are on the final straightaway before the final turn leading to the finish.
I think mainly, right, we'd been dealing with some arrows already, so I'm hovering over the client, trying to, like, be on the lookout.
Yep.
I'll see nothing. This don't feel good.
And as you're doing so, there's more like dangled items hanging out from the second city gate that you're just about to pass under.
I'm trying to think of what would even be useful that I could be hoping for. I guess, yeah, luck pitch here, if I may. There was that bellows soot thing that we saw at least once. Anything of that sort?
Yeah, actually, that would totally be the case. You would see a couple of huge sacks of incredibly fine processed flour.
Perfect. That's even, well, yeah, I'm gonna grab one of those.
Yep.
And then, now what do I want? Probably the back. Take it to the back. Lungus Messer to open it, to get an absolute cloud, hoping for basically a smoke bomb effect.
And as white flour goes blasting back off the rear end of the carriage, you guys loop out through the city gate and go racing out towards the finish line, which you can see has a whole enormous crowd of people on wall and cliff watching towards. Back over, however, to Clara. What would she like to do from here?
He's still keeping pace with the carriage, right?
Yep.
I would say at this point, as she watches Yosel do his thing, she's also gonna. I'd say at this point she's gonna try and hop onto the carriage.
Yep, easily done. Especially for her with her extra speed.
Yeah, she just all. I figured I deserve a break after all I've been through.
And Bodemont slaps her on her bad shoulder and says, "You certainly do! You most certainly do!" Terribly sorry. 1,000 puns.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
And Pigeon.
Yes.
Back near the barricade, the man with the bootless man would, after seeing your team pass, he would kind of catch your eye and then he would tuck himself around a corner, kind of like just away from the barricade on the side that a carriage wouldn't be coming.
Pigeon is standing in the middle of the road, leaning on Judge as if it were a walking stick, waiting for Akid.
And as you do so, where will your eyes be, or are you just listening?
I think he's watching down the direction he expects them to come from.
Yep.
Based on the race.
Are you out a little bit ahead of the barricade?
Sure, yeah.
Yep. And in that case, as Pigeon is looking on, he would hear hooves. And then he would hear other hooves and carriage. And he would hear them going along the straightaway and rounding the bend to face him on this straightaway. And he sees her, Akid and her retainer, both atop horses, charging along with Todir not terribly far behind them in his carriage. As they go shooting down the straightaway towards him, what would Pigeon do?
He shifts, lifts, sort of grabs Judge by the head, tosses it up, grabs the haft, and on his good leg does something like an Olympic hammer throw, releasing out in that direction, shouting, "Take her off her horse!"
Oh, that's awesome. What a Samasek. And as the great hammer goes sailing out through the air, the bootless man would come rushing around the corner and fire out his pistol afterwards, immediately dropping it and grabbing out a second and then a third pistol, one after another. You would see that as your hammer goes sailing in, Akid and her retainer would part as though expecting it to like fall harmlessly between them. And it immediately swings to the side and slams into Akid, taking her off her horse with a great clong. Immediately afterwards as well, the horse she was riding is hit by one of the bullets. And while it doesn't kill the beast, it does stop it in its tracks, cause it to scream and whinny in pain and go charging off in a different direction. The hammer would, after whacking her off the horse, would come sailing back to you.
Oh, does it? Cool. He'll grab it.
And given that was a very simple Samasek, I'll give it to you. And
Awesome.
You can see that her retainer has, like, seems torn, like whether to charge you down or turn back and help her mistress. But her mind is soon made up when the bootless man would call out to her, "And tell me, how much armor are you wearing today?" as he pulls a fourth pistol from parts unknown. And she turns to, like, get off the main road and go towards her mistress as Todir's carriage goes sprinting past. The bootless man would go rushing out to meet him and reach up a hand to, like, grab a handle of the carriage and pull up onto it. Pigeon actions?
Pigeon's just going to get himself out of the way.
Yep. But as he would do so, the bootless man would reach into Todir's back pocket, take out a scroll, and toss it out towards Pigeon.
He's just gonna, Pigeon will grab it, but he doesn't, like, look at it. He just tucks it away.
And the bootless man says, "Forgive my harsh words of earlier."
All part of the game, my friend.
All
And
parts of the
Pigeon's
game.
gonna turn and start walking towards, I keep
Akib?
forgetting the names.
Yeah.
Yeah, Akib.
You can see that she is, like, groggily getting back to her feet as her retainer stops, dismounts, and helps her up. You can see that the retainer takes Malin's pistol, and as you're kind of advancing, would kind of turn it towards you. She would call out, "That's a step closer."
Pigeon will stop, and then he will sort of catch their gazes, make sure they're both looking at him, and go, 1, 2. Fool and fool. Little killer, petty thing, less than your victims. And he's attempting to goad Akid into attacking him for trading blows.
And you can see that her eyes lock onto yours, white with rage. She draws her own rapier and goes rushing out towards her as her retainer yells, "Madam, no!" and comes rushing after her to try to stop her. As Akid races towards you, she is clearly an experienced fencer and rushes in with point outstretched, clearly trying to, like, bamboozle where the point is going as she goes into lunge.
So I'd like to pitch that she gets the lunge off, and Pigeon sells it, and it looks like she's got him.
Yeah.
And then he does one of these, like because the magic of trading blows makes it so that nobody
that's
actually gets
awesome.
hurt.
Yeah, and as she
So he sells it for a moment, and then he goes, "Nah, I'm fine."
and as you that's so fucking funny. And as you do so, she would screech indignantly and slap him across the face, and it wouldn't even move his head.
I think for a moment he'll look like he's angry, and then he'll just come, everyone, come and see as I humiliate this little butcher. And he's gonna just give her a good shove, just to sort of knock her down into the. Can I pitch that there's some mud?
Sure.
Excellent.
And she staggers back up to her feet and kind of like strikes out like a snake with the rapier towards your face. It would like cut deep into your face normally, but as is, it barely leaves a scratch.
And I think Pigeon sort of leans into it and catches it on his helmet.
Yeah. And catching the blow on the helmet, she pulls it back and jabs it. It would normally go clean into his eye.
Sorry, I want to check. I feel like there is a degree to which it is important to sort of not completely oversell the degree to which Trading Blows is protecting. So I think Pigeon will pull back and just sort of make it so that he'll just sort of be dancing backwards, leaning backwards,
and she would like occasionally catch you, and it would like be like, blah, 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 but only on the one side of the exposed side of your face. A lot of them would clank harmlessly off your helmet. Even the ones that strike, be kind of like a fencing foil. You know, it might leave like a mark, but it wouldn't do much more. It would bend the blade wildly as it like bling, bling, bling.
And then while she's so focused on stabbing him, he's gonna swing Judge's handle to try and trip her up.
And she goes down immediately, completely oblivious to the indirect attack. And as she falls, and you hear people jeering down from the windows up above, you're gathering a bit of a crowd here now that the race has passed by, and people are more interested in seeing this. Her retainer is at this point not trying to help her mistress, but is instead yelling at the crowd, threatening them personally. Back away! Close your windows! Do not! And what would Pigeon do from here?
Pigeon's gonna scoop up a clump of like muddy dirt.
Yeah.
And he's just gonna toss it and catch the retainer in the back of the head with it.
Yep. The clod hits her in the back of the head. And
what's the matter? Can't take a joke?
And as Pigeon says so, jumping back to the others, the finish line is close. Your flower smoke screen is like blasting off the back. And once again, Yosel hears a thunk. Another flaming arrow into the back of the cart. And it catches some of the flour, though it's not a particularly good shot. It didn't hit high on the wagon.
Yeah. Damn. Flour would catch, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
If it's fire. Has it caught yet, or is it just?
It's just like starting to catch some of like the coating that's painted the back of the wagon.
Oh boy. Well, I think we're close enough that I'm just gonna try and protect Baudemont.
Yep.
Just keep going, keep going.
And Clara sitting next to Baudemont in the front seat with Yosel like covering him immediately next to you. Any actions she would like to take as the back of the carriage catches fire?
Yeah, she called out, fire? Got any plans, Yosel?
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I would say at this point she says, I've got one more energy drink. I've got a crazy plan. He looks to Baudemont. You a fast runner?
He says, not terribly so.
Okay, I've got an idea, but we gotta jump off of here, and And when we jump, I'm going to give you this one thing. I just need you to drink it and just run as fast as you can to the finish line. No questions, okay?
Is it wine?
It tastes like wine, but it's not wine.
Thank you. I'll take it.
Yeah, she's like, jump! She yells out as she is probably going to use like the last bit of energy she has at this point with her energy drink to book it out.
And what direction is she going to be going? Is she alongside Bodemont?
Yes, she is alongside Bodemont, so she's basically going to goad him to hop out and she will follow alongside him.
He quaffs the energy drink and starts sprinting, and Clara jumps at the perfect time because the fire is scaring the horses, and they are starting to like veer wildly side to side on the path, trying to get the burning carriage off of their, like, detach it from them. Yosel, what would you like to do?
Shit!
Is he just gonna leap off as well?
Yep.
Yep. As he crashes onto the ground, he looks on as Clara, at like for her a jogging pace, would be alongside Bodemont as he is sprinting at like way faster than his frame looks.
Can we
like
just have like the Talladega Nights finish here where Ricky and Sacha Baron Cohen's character were running?
And as the two of you sprint across, an arrow falls in the ground just behind, completely unable to hit you due to your speed.
Yeah, but I'm going to say this. She's going to let Bodemont cross the line first. So. And she probably just gives him like one final shove to get him over.
And as he falls into, like, face first onto the ground, he gets to his feet, raises his hands like this, turns up, and runs back to his horses to unhitch them.
Good man.
He did really like his horses.
Yeah.
As he's doing so, he runs past Yosel, says, "Thank you for your service," as he runs back over the horses.
No problem. Hey, Bodemont!
And as Yosel is starting
Clara just entirely cheers out, Bodemont!
And as the cheers ring out, you all feel your Enclave badges ping, with pigeons pinging just after he issues the "can't take a joke" line. We'll start with Yosel. Final actions.
I'm thinking about how annoyed I am at Akde Malin here, and just being a horrible person in general, wanting to stick it to her. As a final action, I would probably try and find a guard.
Yeah.
And use my opprobrium. Man, these things. This is like the hardest class to play because you can't pronounce any of the abilities. And I probably would check in with Bodemont first, like, who's in charge around here? Like, you know, the town or whatever this is.
And as you do so, he's unhitched his horse and bringing them over, kind of nuzzling their muzzles. And he says, "They have a town assembly. The church, of course, also has great influence here."
All right. And yeah, finding a guard, like, hey, by order of the town assembly, you need to go arrest this one Akadik Malin. Go get to it.
And as you are doing so, the man that you bring it to would kind of take the opprobrium and be like, "She has gone a step too far, then?"
Yeah, snipers, the whole nine. It's ridiculous. Putting innocent townspeople's folk lives in danger.
And the guard would kind of nod, being like, "Miserable wretch."
That's right.
And after passing on the opprobrium, Yosel will ping out. And Clara, final actions from you, as you can see.
Okay, I just want to pitch something very silly.
Horses. Yeah, please.
Yeah. Okay, so she walks over to Bodemont and she reaches into her other pants pocket and she pulls out like a couple of tickets for like her pummel ball team, and she offers them to him, and she's all, "If you're ever near Arroyo City, come see a game. My treat."
And he takes it and says, What is this precisely? These.
Pummel ball tickets. It's a fun sport.
He says,
All the action, but contained in a field.
he says, I will try. You have my honor.
Thank you. She gives him a nice little salute and then pings out.
And Pigeon, with Malin Akid in the mud, and her retainer like turning to you with a snarl as the mud kind of drips off the back of her head. What would you do?
So the moment was thunk. What's the matter? Can't take a joke? And then the badge pings, and Pigeon just looks at it and goes, "Well, if you can't take it, I'll take it somewhere else," and pings out.
And on that note, we will end the mission. Woo!
Woohoo!
All right. First of all, before anything else, let's go over the focus words. First of all, anything but last place. I'd hope that one was obvious.
Definitely.
Second of all, second verse, same as the first. That came in a couple of ways, actually. 1, 2-lap race. 2, this is a recurring race. 3, whenever I hear that phrase, second verse, same as the first, I think of the incredibly annoying but catchy pop song from the 60s called Henry VIII. And not only did that inform the time frame of the setting, but also it even influenced some names, such as Todier is Tudor, but spelled very differently.
Yes.
And also the fact that Todier was owed the sister of Baudemont. So it helped inform the plot in that regard, because I pulled on that. And then lastly, Blood on My Name. That informed Malin's shifting of crime as part of the stakes of the race. And also informed the kind of lawless or like violence encouraged sort of nature of the race. But at the same time, you couldn't harm the townsfolk, because then that would be blood on your name. So that's how I kind of pieced all those together. Second verse, same as the first, did a lot of lifting in like very weird ways. With those focus words out of the way, do you guys have questions for me about calls that I made or the plot of the mission?
Oh, no.
Awesome. I'm glad
it was a super fun mission.
Yeah.
I loved getting the power-ups. That was great.
Yeah.
It was like playing Mario Kart as Enclave.
That's what I was thinking too. Like when you gave anything but last place, I immediately thought Mario Kart, because I thought Blue Shell. And so, because like from what I understand, you get those more often the further back in the race you are. And so you were his Blue Shell, effectively. But yeah, I was very Mario Kart vibes. Do you guys have any other questions for me about the plot or calls?
No.
Awesome. To review your characters real quick. First of all, Clara, she's so fun. Not only is she like a very freerunner-ish freerunner, but also, Tim, you do a great job. This was like one of the highest energy groups that I've like had in a long time. Like all of you are like, yeah, let's do it, guys. But in like your own different flavors of it. And not only did you use the freerunner kit great, especially again like tag your it, hang time, but also your athletic wear was so relevant on this mission. So relevant. You played into it great. It not only allowed you to get the barricade set up, it was the reason people were so enthusiastic about saving you when you called for help. It helped you with your stamina symptoms. Just fantastic use of that. Grapple gun was on point. I thought that was, and then the energy drinks were so freaking clutch. Like the fact that you distributed those was amazing. Really, really well played. I thought your mastery of the freerunner kit was really on point. Clara's just a sweet person. She's fun. She's upbeat. And I thought that you portraying her getting stabbed in the back and her combination of like genuine, like I am fucked, but also like anger, but also like I need help. Just that whole sequence. I think that was your best point for acting, Tim, on this mission.
Yeah. In hindsight, this is like just a dumb question. Like, would it have changed anything if she had not helped him and instead went like to town on him with her Toffas?
I actually think she would have just completely taken him out of the race. I think that he was literally trying to like prey on her mercy, to nail her.
Yeah. Yeah,
I love that
She's-
though
she's-
because it
she's
felt
not
so
gonna learn-
human for her to do that.
Yeah, exactly. It was so
Yeah.
natural for her to do that. But
But
obviously, these guys have been
it
established
worked.
as being bastards. So
Yeah, but hey, it worked out, especially to get her caught up with everyone at the end. So I approve.
yeah, exactly. I'm so glad. Next of all, Yosel. What a character detour. Not only is he freaking hilarious, he's so funny. But I played with two Raubretters for the first time yesterday on a recorded game. He is
Nice.
completely different, but still so feels like the class. So feels like the class.
Nice.
Great. I thought that your defensive play was really smart. You stuck right by the employer, which was great. And of note, you were right. They weren't trying to shoot him when they fired that arrow earlier. They were trying to go for Pigeon, but they also would have gotten Yosel, and the two of you kind of got out of the way, and so it accidentally hit him. I had a feeling that might happen, which is why I made sure that he had one heal on him.
Nice.
Because obviously they didn't want him dead either, because then it would ruin the point of what they were trying to get out of it. So your defensive play was great. Your use of your Sumptuary Furs was great. Your use of Alfor was really great. He definitely needs more vitality. That's like the main thing
Yeah.
he needs is more vitality.
Yeah, this is my first like vitality class.
Yeah.
So should be fun.
Yeah, it was really fun, and I loved how you were able to like really make use of the carriage when you were fighting and doing stuff. Because I tried to give you guys an environment that would be kind of weird for any of you for very different reasons. Like a free runner, you might think like they might not be used to having a vehicle to deal with on top of anything. So I was like, how do I give them something that like will make sure that they aren't just stuck if they get off, which is also why I made the course the way I did. So there was a lot of these big hairpins that you could like cross between side streets to get to. So, and Yosel did a great job just sticking like glue to the employer. Great fundamentals, awesome one-liners, great use of the environment. And I think the part of the kit you nailed the most was the use of the Langus Messer. That item is awesome. And
Oh, yeah, that felt amazing.
it was
So
so
much
good.
fun.
The more I'm learning about this item, the more I'm like, holy shit, this thing is
Rotten
sick.
eggs.
It's like,
Rotten eggs
Yeah.
everywhere.
yeah, the rotten eggs was hysterically funny. It was really effective too. It was awesome.
Yeah.
And then just like the combination of like goofy and serious on this mission was wild. And speaking of goofy and serious, Pigeon. I love Pigeon. He has so much like character to him, and he never really does exactly what you think he's gonna do. But your one-liners were very much on point on this one. Your Samosecs were great on this one. I really liked those. And I think that the thing I liked most about Pigeon on this one was your kinesthetic fundamentals, where you were positioning yourself, how you were fighting. Your use of your smoke bombs was amazing. And I thought that was just really, really well done. Really well done.
The smoke bombs are a pretty new addition, and yeah, I think Pigeon's gonna get a lot of good use out of them.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Do you
Clutch
guys?
right out the gate.
Oh, totally. Do you guys have any thoughts both about the mission, the NPCs, and about each other's characters before we sign off?
Yeah, I'm inclined that my next reward character is gonna definitely be a Router.
Yeah.
Oh, not a
A Bogatyr?
brain. Not a
Bogatyr will be next, I promise you.
Yeah. The two classes work quite well together in terms of their kits as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was a fun combo. I think.
Really.
They have similar energy, but it feels like Bogatyr is much more like you, and Raubritter is more like you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
indeed.
everybody.
Something I noticed when hosting for it the other day is the Raubritter eats shit more than almost any other class. They just get fucked up so consistently.
Yeah.
Honestly, the fact that Yosel got out of this more unscathed than anyone else
Unscathed.
Yep.
was completely
And I was
different.
trying to be the tank.
Yeah, I know. You just like you just did too
Just
well
avoided
with
it,
your
yeah.
with your gear, like your Sumptuary Furs.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did it feel playing the Raubritter from your perspective?
I mean, it was awesome. I don't generally play like a Chaos Gremlin type character, so it was fun to have a kit that just said, no, you got to go go mess shit up, and
You must.
that is the most effective thing to do. I really enjoyed being able to like play around with money. It's such a universal way to talk to people, get what you want, so it was a really fun part of the kit to play around with. I didn't use as much of the other abilities, but I had ideas. They just didn't come up.
Indeed. Yeah, completely agree.
I would love to say that the characters were great. Robbie, I continue to be impressed at how good you are at character work, at just instantly being able to communicate who a person is without turning them into a caricature.
Well, I appreciate it.
And then there is
Yes.
something that I'd wager you've forgotten.
Oh, mission
name.
Every time.
Yeah.
Every time. Let's discuss mission name. What do you guys think?
Ooh, that is a good question. That is a really good question.
My immediate thought went to a stupid idiom like cart before the horse or something like that, but
my brain wants to do.
See, my thought was like dueling chariots or working something along those lines.
Well, I was immediately like, can I think of any good racing game names that you could like Renaissance-ify? And all my brain came up with was Grand Theft Auto. No, that doesn't work. Gran Turismo. How do I? Nah.
Castle Kart.
Castle Kart.
Renaissance Kart actually does kind of works.
Oh yeah, Super Renaissance Kart.
Super Renaissance Kart is not bad. I actually kind of dig that. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yes, I approve. Pay $4.99 and you can get the 4-horse chariot DLC.
Oh my god, Mal, you got me with the Warhorse. Nice.
And we got to spell cart with a K.
I love that meme. Yeah.
Oh, with a K.
Super
Got
Renaissance Kart. Yeah, awesome. Done.
And apparently we cannot tell Nintendo either.
Okay, awesome. Perfect. Well, thank you guys so much for playing. This was really fun. This was like constant action, this whole freaking
great.
mission. And it's fun to have this once in a while. So I really appreciate not only you guys playing and doing such a good job on this, but also, of course, your consistent contributions to the game during Enclave Day and others. It means a lot. So thank you so much. I hope this has been fun. And let's do our sign-offs. I can't remember the order we did initially, so let's just do Tim, Detour, Jalorn.
Turns out that was
all right.
the order.
I hope everyone had a fun time, and as Clara would say, we'll see you in the next round.
Yep. Had a blast playing with everyone. Thanks for making the game, Robbie. I calculated actually recently, I'm at about 400 hours of Enclave under the belt. So thank you for that. I love it.
Amazing, man.
This was wonderful. I love Enclave. I love playing with people, this community, and cheers.
Marvelous. And as always, my name is Robbie Howell, and ciao for now.